How are you, sir?
All right, hello everyone, good evening and welcome. It's 6 o'clock and this is our regular meeting of the Truckee Donner Public Utility District. And where are we? I didn't bring my glasses and my eyes are getting worse. So-
Right?
Shauna, could we have roll call, please?
Thank you. Director Aguirre?
Here.
Director Finn?
Here.
Director Harris? Here. Vice President Laliotis?
Here.
President Bender?
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Pledge of Allegiance.
Me?
You want to lead it, Joe? All right, thanks.
All right, everybody ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, but where'd those come from? Oh, they have the same pair. She's prepared. Hey, look at that. Thank you. Any changes to the agenda tonight?
Yes, President Bender, staff would like to pull the closed session item number 22. It's not fully developed. It'll be something maybe for a later date.
Oh, okay. Got it. Thank you. All right. Okay, public comment. Any public comment on any item not on the agenda tonight? Look at that. All right, no public comment. Okay, we got some director update now. Kim, do you want to start us off?
I would love to start off. Can you hear me okay? I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of our employees for all the work that they do. I know that it's been some time since we've been back in this facility. Our previous meeting, we were off-site. But just wanted to let the employees know that we do appreciate all the work that you do, and I hope everybody has a wonderful summer and you're staying safe out there. Thanks.
Tony.
Nothing to add.
Okay. Krista Finn.
I do have a few things to report out that I attended the Climate Transformation Alliance Governing Partners meeting and also the Climate Transformation Alliance quarterly meeting with all of the members. Just to let the board know that we have started an accelerator project, which is sort of a contest to see who can bring to the forefront a project that will help this community meet its greenhouse gas emissions reductions goals. The airport has very generously contributed $30,000 in prize money to whichever, yes, I know, right? So that is continuing to evolve in kind of exciting ways. I also attended the CCC Convene, Champion, and Catalyze meeting this morning. There were members of the audience were there. Alex Spihalski represented us in that meeting, and she did a great job refreshing people's memories about PSOMs. So those were the PUD-related things that I attended in the past month. And then I'm going to continue on with my personal director statement this week. So as you all know, we've talked about this before, I have definitely an optimist. I rely a lot on hope to get me through my days, but sometimes, a little bit of despair, a little dash of despair can really focus your attention. And these past few weeks have been pretty devastating on the environmental front. I don't know if you guys have been seeing the images that have been coming up in Texas, the beaches in Texas that are miles covered with dead fish. The fish are dead because the water temperature is so hot that they suffocated because oxygen can't dissolve in still warm water. And it's miles of beaches. The saguaro cactuses in Arizona that have laid down and melted because it is so hot. And these are saguaro cactuses. Our own Joshua trees are on fire right now. They're very endangered and it's an amazing park. And it's just really hard to encompass these things. So the line that we're drawing here is that burning fossil fuels equals dead fish, really. It's a devastating moment that we are in. But there are many, many brilliant people around this whole world working hard to change this trajectory that we are on, including many brilliant people in this room and in this community and at this PUD. And so some of those things include the state of Maine, the great state of Maine, who in 2019 set a goal to install 100,000 heat pumps by the end of 2025. Just this week, they met that goal 2 years early, have recommitted themselves to installing 175,000 more heat pumps by 2027. This is Maine we're talking about. They are leading the nation. They are setting an example. The United States Department of Energy is really throwing resources at geothermal. I'm very excited to see this. You put your money where your mouth is, and they are the Frontier Observatory for Research in Geothermal Energy is gotten a kickstart, I guess, jumpstart, and also Fervo Energy, which is a geothermal development company that has partnered up with Google. They have successfully completed a well test this week for its full-scale commercial pilot enhanced geothermal production facility right here in Nevada to power all of their servers in Las Vegas. There's a battery revolution going on, all sorts of exciting battery advances, zinc air batteries, solid state batteries, sand batteries, silicone anode batteries, cobalt-free batteries, carbon nanotube electrodes. So there's batteries for every application, from our phones to our utility scale storage problems. Progress is being made. China. We all like to throw out China as the evil fossil fuel consuming horror. However, China has brought online more renewable resources in this past year than the rest of the world combined. And one of those things is pretty amazing, the Ming Yang Smart Energy MYSE 16-2060. Sounds awesome. It rolls right off the tongue. But it's a turbine that is 260-meter rotor diameter. Can you imagine? So each blade is 1.5 football fields long. And it's going to generate, and they brought it online just this week. So people are working hard all over the world to help us heal ourselves. And to just bring that back to the local, smallest scale, teeny tiny things, me. I've been confused. What should I do first? I don't know if I'm going to make the right decision. How am I going to, my evolution in my energy in my home? And I'm like, okay, suck it up. I'm just going to buy 2 induction plate, hot plate, and use it instead of my gas burners. Easy substitution, not particularly expensive. I'm going to replace my ancient gas-fired hot water heater with an on-demand electric. I have a small household. We only have 1 shower. It's probably going to be no problem. Eventually, I'm going to get a mini split heat pump because I don't have any ductwork in my house. It's just a small space to heat. And so that I've got my path, and I'm going to start this summer right now. So none of us are helpless. All of us are needed. All of us are going to need to do all that we can do to help us make it through this transition. But luckily, that's all we have to do. We don't have to do more than we can do. But I just invite everybody to join me, take action, and fight for a better world. So thank you. I had to get that out.
Thank you, Krista. Joe, you have any?
Look at me, after following that, I can't follow it. Joe the dull boy.
Any updates on you, though?
Pardon?
Any director update?
Oh, you don't want to hear all of me.
Okay.
I go to cardiotherapy. Leaving cardiotherapy the other day, I turned around. It was last Wednesday, and I walked back into the ER, and I debated, should I go in, shall I not go in? But I had a little chest pain and didn't think that it was kind of normal for me because I had to do that. So I was in the hospital about 5.5 hours that day, but everything was fine. I was normal by the time I left.
Well, that's
Well, that's
good to
good.
hear. Thank you for that update,
wasn't
Joe.
anything
That was
about business,
that,
but cut that out.
yeah, that was a good one, though.
All right,
Thank you.
guys.
All
Thank
right.
you.
And that takes us to our general manager update. What do you have for us, Brian?
Thank you, President Bender. I'm going to keep mine brief since we have a lot of presentations this evening that kind of cover the topics I would have normally touched on anyways. One of the kind of piggyback a little bit on what Director Finn just mentioned on kind of the world changing and electrification. One of the data statistics that we pulled up in our staff meetings earlier this week or last week was that there's been a overall increase of a little over 40% in EV charging activity in Truckee. That's the kind of the commercially accessible, the Teslas, Rivian, ChargePoint, Electrify America. So those commercially available charging stations have gone up a little over 40% from kind of year to date for 2022 to 2023. In particular, we've seen a dramatic increase in the Rayleigh's Market charging stations, 100%, basically doubled year to date, year over year. And then we've been introduced to the Rivian charging stations over this last 8 months. And so those are pretty in heavily used rotation there. So as you mentioned, what's to come, the innovation coming out there in terms of EVs, batteries, storage, it's all about innovation and creativity for the future. Before I hand it back over to you, President Bender, I just want to make a couple of key observations and points. There's a lot of construction going on here in the town of Truckee in terms of infrastructure. And that means there's a lot of work going on. And I mentioned this last year during the summer, really appreciate the community's patience. There's the PUD, the town of Truckee, Caltrans, the railroad, everyone's doing, scurrying to do a lot of infrastructure improvements. We had an extremely long winter, a short construction season, and everybody's trying to get a lot done at one time. So the community's patience is extremely appreciated. Our crew's safety is important and appreciated. And, we're trying to get a lot of work done. A couple of big projects for the PUD outside of what's happening in the downtown corridor. We're working on the pipeline project, Pioneer Trail pipeline, new pump station, new 2.5 million gallon storage tank. So a lot of infrastructure on the water side. It's a little bit out of sight, out of mind, but later on this summer, we're going to reclose that Trout Creek bike pedestrian trail so we can finish that pipeline project. And the overall goal is that we have a more redundant and resilient water distribution and storage system there. And on the electric side, we're continuing with our pole replacement projects. It's a critical part of our system reliability and resiliency program. You're going to see Osmos, the technical consulting firm that's out there doing some intrusive testing of the poles, checking them, doing a little bit of treatment on some of them, and then our crews come in and do replacement to make sure that we have that system reliability that we were championing the success of over the last winter. So I'll stop there with one last note. Last week, the community may have seen news articles on an electric energy emergency notification. That was a Cal ISO, something we experienced last summer a couple of times during the heat domes or higher temperature kind of waves coming through California. And it was about kind of forecasting the energy load versus resources available. I want to remind our community that we're not a part of or dependent upon the Cal ISO generation or transmission grid. We're independent from that, working with the UAMPS energy procurement pool coming through Nevada. And we will let this community know if we ever reach a scenario like that. But it does make the news. It's of critical importance that California come up with a long-term plan. But I just want to make sure our ratepayers know when you see those notifications, check in with us if you'd like, but we're not part of that Cal ISO grid. And I'll stop there because we have a lot of presentations this evening.
All right. Thank you. Okay, that takes us to our first presentation, Town of Truckee, Presentation 2040 General Plan Update. And we've got the town manager tonight.
And a very tall person before me. Thank you. My name is Jen Calloway. I'm the town manager. It's a pleasure to meet you all. My first time here at the district, and great to meet some of your staff as well. I haven't met everybody yet. Tonight, we're going to talk about Truckee 2040. That is our most recent general plan update that the town has been working on for the past 5 years, and then talk about what's next and some big projects that we are starting to convene now that we've adopted the new general plan. And thank you, Shauna, for driving for me. If you want to go to the next slide, please. So Truckee 2040, it was unanimously approved by the town council on May 9th, and it really serves as this blueprint for our community and how we're going to move forward in the next 20 years. For those of you that don't know, there's 7 elements of the general plan. There's land use, community character, open space, safety and noise, mobility element, and that's a new name for this element. It used to be called the circulation element. We'll talk a little bit about that in a minute. Economic development, and our first ever climate action plan. So Director Finn, your comments were very appropriate tonight as we think about the climate action plan and our movement towards sustainability for the town. The vision for the future of Truckee is really this warm, welcoming, and inclusive community that represents our mountain town and retains our character. Next slide, please. So a little bit about the process. I mentioned that it was 5 years that we've been working on this. It started in 2018. Of course, that included a pandemic that kind of slowed things down for a few years. We had 37 council meetings, 60 workshops, 19 general plan advisory committees that consisted of over 20 members of the community. Resulted in 154 new policies and 175 new action items. Next slide, please. So a couple of highlights. It's like a 350-page document, so there's a lot of information in there, and I don't intend to go through all of that with you tonight, or we would be here all night. So we're going to highlight the key takeaways. The climate action plan, I mentioned the first climate action plan for the town, which we're really excited about. There's a lot of momentum and energy across the town about reducing GHG emissions and being a leader in sustainability for our area. We've already started to initiate a number of projects that align with the climate action plan and really work into the mobility element. A good example of that would be the B-cycle bikes that you have out in front of your building. That's starting to think about mobility rather than circulation. So the key difference and takeaway is the old 2025 plan had a circulation element, and that is focusing on moving cars throughout communities. Our mobility element is focusing on moving people throughout our community, whether that's in cars, microtransit, bikes, other forms of transportation, walking. And so the mobility element is really forward thinking. You may have seen some recent news. We received a $4.3 million grant from the state of California to help fund electric vehicle infrastructure down at our new mobility hub. It'll be charging stations, the infrastructure for our transit buses as they convert to electric vehicles, and then also out at our corp yard, because we are going to have a new storage facility for our transit vans, and we'll have some electric infrastructure out there as well. It was a really big win. We were able to point to the policies in our mobility element, even though they were drafted at the time, to help secure that grant for the community. And that would have been money we had to spend no matter what, as the state is moving towards electrification. So we were really excited about that. Next slide, please. Safety and noise. This is another big shift in the 2040 general plan. The original 2025, not the original general plan, but the 2025 general plan was discussed and adopted in 2006. So if you think about 2006 to where we are today, there's a lot of issues that just weren't contemplated back then. We didn't have big mega fires. We weren't as focused on evacuation and what could happen with fires. But now we've seen the Caldor fire and we've seen the Dixie fire and the Paradise, what happened in Paradise, and it's really front of mind for us all. So in the 2025 plan, the safety and noise element from the safety perspective really was very simple. Partner with our agencies in the fire district. That's basically what was included from a safety perspective. So in the 2040 plan, we have a really big emphasis on wildfire, increasing defensible space, really tried to help guide future land development and land use, updating landscaping, so there's fire-resistant landscaping and vegetation standards for new development, and then public awareness campaigns. Next slide, please. Emergency response and preparedness, it's another part of the safety and noise element. The town has a full-time emergency management coordinator. That was new just about 3 years ago, 2.5 years ago. One of our retired sergeants actually came out of retirement to serve in that role. So he's been updating all of our plans and working really closely with fire. And we have some really interesting technology that we're using. It's new AI technology where we can take information from our newly installed license plate reader cameras that are called Flock. There's currently 8 installed throughout town. We're going to have 16 after August 11th is the last install. Those count cars and take pictures of license plates, but what it tells us is how many unique cars there are in any given neighborhood. So if we think of Tahoe Donner, that's 50% second homes. Any given day, there could be a wide range of vehicles and people up in that community. So it would be really hard for us to do an evacuation plan should there be a winter storm event or a wildfire approaching the town. But now with these license plate readers, we can say there's 15,000 cars up in Tahoe Donner on 4th of July weekend. And if there's an event that we were needed to plan and start thinking about evacuation, we take that number and we input it into a Ladris evacuation modeling software. And that will tell us it will take you 10 hours to evacuate Tahoe Donner with 15,000 cars or whatever data points you're putting in. So it really helps with our planning, and it's really aligned with the direction of the 2040 general plan. So what's next? Those are a few key highlights of things already in motion as we adopted, but were coordinated with the new policies in the general plan. Next slide, please. So we took the general plan, the 350 pages, the 150 new policies in there, and every year our council, much like you do, go through a strategic planning process. They identified 5 strategic focus areas that the town will work on over the next 2 years and really prioritize resources. That happened in January, and then we followed up in May. And this was formally adopted at the second meeting in May after adoption of the general plan. So we're focused on key infrastructure, workforce housing, emergency preparedness, environmental sustainability, and community outreach and cohesion. Next slide, please. So with this 2-year strategic plan, we have over 70 action items from the general plan that are included in our task items. Some of those are really simple and will be done very quickly. Some of those we will just be starting and will take much longer than the 2-year work plan to finish. But we intend to move forward in some form or another movement on 70 of those action items. So that's pretty ambitious for a 2-year work plan. First kind of key things that we'll be working on is aligning the development code with the new 2040 general plan and land use. So that's about a year-long process. We don't do it all in one big discussion. We take chunks at a time and come back to the council and the community and the planning commission. We were working with the hospital on their master plan and helping them move that forward and parking solutions forward for them. And then convening the River Revitalization Steering Committee. And that's really what I'm going to focus on for the rest of this presentation, because that's a really big work effort. It's a big component of our land use and a big change for our community. Next slide, please. So Truckee River Revitalization. Next slide. First, we always try to take a pause and look at where we've been and what we've done in the past. And river revitalization and preservation has been something the town has been focused on since incorporation. It was part of the first general plan. It was included, there was a downtown river revitalization strategy done in early 2000s. It was included in the 2025 general plan and again in the 2040 general plan. Next slide, please. Where are we going? We're really wanting to leverage the momentum of all the construction that Director Wright spoke about, or not director, I just promoted you to elected official. So General Manager Wright referenced. That's happening down in the core. There's just a lot of momentum right now, so we really feel like this is the right time. And we've formed a River Revitalization Steering Committee, and if you try to say that a lot repeatedly, you get tongue twisted, so I say R2SC, and it's much easier. And the goal is to really capture the essence of what's in the general plan, not only to have more activated use of the river, but to celebrate the river and really treat the river as a gem like it should be. So why now? I talked about the momentum that's happening. You can see some of the pictures that these were taken very recently along West River. You've got a lot of old propane tanks, some just kind of vacant, unused property, and not a lot of active, productive use of the riverfront. Highlighted some of the projects that are happening. I'm sure many of you were stuck at one point or another in the West River Streetscape project and the construction that was happening there. We're happy now that we're doing night work and it's a little less interference with your day-to-day movement. We have about $8.5 million invested in that project. Reimagine Bridge Street, and that's about another $7.5 million. We'll start working on design for that next year, and then construction likely will incur the following year after that. And we're changing, if you could go back one more, thanks, Shauna. You're faster than me. What this is going to do, there's Misfunction Junction, if any of you have heard of that, with that awkward three-way stop. So that's going to change. We're going to be installing traffic lights, which we do not do here a lot in Truckee, but that will help with pedestrian movement through that intersection and connecting Commercial Row over to the river corridor, easier pedestrian access and better traffic flow. Particularly as you think of trains coming through, we can control the traffic signals and help with the train movement and the traffic movement. Next slide, please. West River Street Park. So the old county courtyard that the town acquired, that's across from Truckee Tire, is going to be a park, and we'll be starting that next year. We're almost fully through design. We're about 80% at this moment. It's another $7.5 million, and there's a lot of private money that is going into this as well, with the bridge connecting the Legacy Trail on the other side of the river, on the south side of the river, over to the park. And we have just some images to show. This is the first time that we are really getting into the park business, I would say, as the town. It's not really our arena, but this is kind of an interesting design. Next slide, please, Shauna. Thank you. It's a little hard to see in these, but it's a terraced effect. So it kind of terraces down, so you have some viewing platforms, some little walls you can sit on, and then access to the river and a connection over to the bridge that'll take you down to the Legacy Trail on the south side. Both sides of the park are envisioned to be flanked by commercial buildings. So we have a couple interested developers in putting some commercial projects on that side as well. We're looking at kind of food court or food options, outdoor dining areas, to kind of activate the space and provide some access to the river for everybody. Next slide, please. And then this is a similar look, except for on the far left of this image, you can see the bridge. That was money was raised by the Land Trust for that bridge. So they funded about 75% of the bridge. They're funding the trailhead on the other side, and the Legacy Trail Phase 4A is in process, and hopefully we'll be done with that by the end of this season. Next slide, please. Legacy Trail Phase 4 and 4B. So 4A is what is under construction right now. That's $15 million. That includes some of that bridge money and private funding. And then 4B is the final phase of the Legacy Trail that will connect us all the way from Glenshire out to Donner Lake. So far east to far west, and we will have a complete trail system through town. It's hard to see in this picture because it's small, but 4B is actually in Placer County. With our borders, you know, it's a little bit of a patchwork there. So our intention at this point, we've already engaged with conversations with Placer County. We're going to do some cost sharing with them, but take the lead on finishing that and doing that project. It's just not as high on their priority list for some of their trail projects. And it's very high on ours to finish that connector. So we hope to start that in a couple years and finish that out so you can ride the Legacy Trail throughout all of town. Next slide, please. So vision for the future. This is directly out of the 2040 general plan, and we've highlighted the section. The river is referenced through the 2040 plan, as I mentioned, multiple times, and it's about revitalizing and creating access to the river for everybody. Next slide. This is what some of the policies look like in the general plan. This is one of the land use policies. That's what Goal LU stands for. You'll see that's very specific to West River District. And there's a couple reasons for that. We were originally focused very much on West River. The council expanded the scope of what our committee is looking at to include East and West River. So now we say the river corridor. But in the general plan, we don't have a receiver site identified yet for relocation as we think about trying to move some of the industry off. So this is a fairly narrow section of West River. It's not uncommon to go back and amend a general plan and make changes. So as we further develop the vision for what we want to see in the river corridor, and if we need to make adjustments for the land use, we can go back to council and do that. I'm not going to list all of these, but we wanted to highlight all the different areas that are referencing river revitalization and access in the 2040 general plan. And the next slide looks exactly like this, and just a whole plethora of areas where the council and the community and staff were really contemplating what the river corridor could look like and could be for our community. So back to our priorities and focus areas. As we were developing that work plan, infrastructure we talked about is one of our focus areas. And we created a specific goal for river revitalization where we are focusing on incentivizing the industrial uses to relocate off of the river streets. So that would be the far part of East River Street, and then of course most of West River Street. This is a very small image that you cannot read from our adopted capital budget that was adopted in June. It's Truckee River Corridor Enhancement. And we really just wanted to highlight and show that we've been very thoughtful about funding that we will need to at least initiate this conversation. We intend to hire a consultant to come in, something like an urban planner of sorts. We're working on the RFP for that now. That will really help facilitate our river meetings and also help to develop the vision for the river corridor and the potential receiver sites, so that when we go to property owners, we can really show what that vision could look like and give a comprehensive look at what we're trying to accomplish for the community and hopefully help incentivize some movement there on that front. And then we have about $1 million in there, recognizing that we likely will need to acquire property for relocation. We don't know what that cost would be, so we kind of had to guess at the value. But it was a placeholder for us for now. Lessons learned from previous relocation attempts: if you don't have ownership of the property, it's very hard to control that it would be for relocation instead of new industry coming into town. So that is something we just want to be very aware of and have the opportunity and the option to acquire land. Should there be a piece of land that comes available that would suit relocation. There's other challenges with that to keep in mind: Surplus Land Act and how governments can release land for purposes other than housing. But that is on our radar and something that we're considering as we move forward. Next slide. So this is our R2SC steering committee. Next slide, Shauna. Thank you. Why the need for a committee? So we just finished a 5-year-long process with lots of community engagement, a very large steering committee, but this is very different. We need a committee to have a very broad group of perspectives come to the table and help develop a really balanced vision. We need to talk through incentive programs and what that could look like. We want this to be a Brown Act committee so that it's agendized, it's publicly noticed, members of the public can come, give public comment and give feedback, and really help form the committee's recommendations that will ultimately go to the town council for consideration. So I kind of just talked about these, but again, the key roles that we've identified for our committee so far: identifying potential receiver sites, developing a vision for the river corridor and the receiver locations, and then exploring potential costs and developing incentives needed to support relocation. This is a list of our committee membership. We did just have our first meeting last week, so we're really excited to kick that off. We have 2 property owners, 2 business owners, both Truckee Downtown Merchants Association and the Chamber of Commerce, 2 members at large, 3 potential receiver site public agency partners, and thanks to General Manager Wright for sitting on that committee with us. Mountain Area Preservation, Truckee River Legacy Foundation, CAT, the Contractors Association, recommended Joan Jones as our building developer seat, and then Council Member Zabriskie and Mayor Romack are the council representatives. Chair Joan Jones serves as the chair. She was nominated last week to serve as the chair of the committee, and then Councilmember Zabriskie is our vice chair. And then with me today, I have the staff. So we have Hillary Hobbs here. She's the assistant to the town manager. And then Carissa Binkley. She is our program analyst overseeing economic development. And Carissa started in this role in December. I was close. So fairly new to the role. And her role was envisioned to be a liaison with our business community. But a big part of why we created this economic development program analyst position was to steer this process and have staff capacity to move this forward. So she's doing a great job right now. We're happy to have her on board to lead this effort for us. Slide. As I mentioned, we had our first meeting. This was the agenda. We did a lot of introductions and just getting people together and understanding why they wanted to participate on this committee. What does the river mean to them? Did some Brown Act training. We talked about the downtown river revitalization strategy and how, if that's still relevant and current, given that it's 15 years later, and then broke into our subcommittees. Next slide. So we have 2 subcommittees. We have an inventory of business owners and property owners subcommittee, and an RFP and hiring planning consultant subcommittee. Next slide, please. We asked our committee members to break out according to what their interest was in. The property owner and business owner committee is doing just that. So they're inventorying all the business owners and property owners on East and West River Street. If we can get contact information, that's great. And then they'll come back together and we'll talk about talking points and relationships that may exist, or reaching out to those property owners and business owners. We want everybody to know we're doing this. We don't want it to be a surprise. We want to get feedback from them on what their interests are, what their thoughts are, and invite them to come to our meetings and participate. The RFP subcommittee is actually going to review the draft RFP before we put that out for our consultant support, provide feedback, make sure that we are all aligned with the scope of work, and then help us evaluate the proposals, interview the consultants, and make the selection. So it's a really collaborative process from the beginning. So next steps, we don't have all the agendas planned, obviously, for the next year and the work that this committee will be doing, but we have our subcommittee work that's happening. We're going to be reviewing the land use options with the 2040 plan that was just adopted. We've recognized and just want to acknowledge that we want to be cognizant of outreach to Donner Creek Mobile Home Park and making sure we provide enough Spanish materials and understanding for that community to know what's happening in their neighborhood. Also of cultural resources, and we've had some connections with the Washoe tribe and making sure that they are aware of what we're doing, including them in our discussion. The visioning process for the river corridor and the receiver sites, incentive programs. We would envision, and we haven't talked about this as a committee yet, but multiple community meetings where the committee can have an opportunity to get feedback from the community to then inform their discussion at their following meetings. I would imagine that will be a component of the work that we'll be doing, the receiver site identification, and then ultimately the committee will make a recommendation to the town council for council consideration on how to move forward. Thanks. And last slide. Very simple. Really do appreciate the partnership with the PUD on a number of topics. We work on a lot of construction together. We're partnering on the West River Streetscape with the undergrounding. Brian and I meet pretty regularly and stay up to date and everything, and really appreciate that partnership and also participation on the R2SC committee. So happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you very much. Any public comment on the presentation that we just heard? All right.
Where is that West River Street park going to be about?
Do you know where Truckee Tire is?
Yes.
It's right across the street.
Oh, that, okay, that
Yep.
piece of property's been vacant for a long time, or that,
Yes, that's the old Nevada County Courtyard.
yeah, they used to put their sand in that shed there.
Yes.
Okay, that's good.
Any other questions or comments? Joe?
No,
Yeah, all right.
that's good.
Nice. Krista?
No questions, just thank you for condensing 5 years of work into 20 minutes. That was very well done. Thank you. No problem.
Tony?
Oh, thanks, Jeff. No, Jen, thank you so much for that presentation, very informative. Just shout out to the town. I mean, you guys, the amount of work, the amount of infrastructure that's going in, and that's gone in, that's going in, that's trying to be planned for, really emphasizes how this community tries to make everything better. I really like the idea of moving away from transportation to more like the term mobility. I think that's super cool because it's all about moving people. It always has been. Now we're looking at expanding on how we look at moving people, not just in cars, but getting them from point A to point B in this community. So that's super cool. I did have a question. Do you guys have any data on the e-bike rental program and the uptake of that, how that is going?
We are getting data, actually.
I know it's pretty new.
It's
but-
very new, and we are able to go on and track, pretty much anybody can, and see like what docks have availability, and you can kind of track it that way if you wanted to spend all day doing that. But we are getting into the back end of the system and getting data on if there's certain docking stations that are underutilized or which ones are utilized a lot. Maybe we need to move some or add docking stations. We did add some out at Glenshire at the trailhead because that one was always very busy, and so we've added a few more stations out there.
Cool.
We will certainly happy to share that information with Brian when we have it if you're interested.
Yeah, I'm just curious. Since it's new to town, and we've all seen them in other towns in various forms. So to see how it's actually being adapted here and used. But no, and the last thing, just really appreciate the town and the PUD's relationship over the last few years. Really putting together good projects, benefiting the community. Leveraging each other's expertise and resources to make a project really come to fruition and benefit our ratepayers, your taxpayers, and everyone else who visits this community. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Hi, thank you so much for coming. It's nice to see all of this, and I feel like it makes the process very transparent. And I like to see the list of individuals who are participating, because who I've heard comments from, I'm like, oh, that person's on there. Okay, that person's on there too. So I'm glad that you're reaching out to hear everybody. So then as a group, you'd be able to come up with some decisions on, directions that need to be taken and everything. So I appreciate that. Thanks.
Thank you. For anybody interested, one last note, we are doing our Mobility Hub groundbreaking on Monday, August 7th at 4:30. So that is kind of across from the Artist Lofts by the old Truckee lumber area. If you want to come out and celebrate a groundbreaking, you're welcome to come.
Great. Thank you very much.
Looks like the town council has been working.
Yeah. All right. Okay, that takes us to our consent calendar. We have items 9 through 13 tonight. All right, thank you very much. And let's see, any public comment on the consent calendar tonight?
No, Mr. President.
Okay, any comments, questions from members of the board regarding the consent?
Yeah, I emailed Brian earlier about this one. I was hoping to pull item number 10, the contract amendment with Gravity House.
Oh, okay. All right. So it looks like, is there a motion for 9, 11, 12, and 13, and then we'll dive into 10?
I'll move approval of the consent calendar items 9, 11, 12, and 13.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for the consent minus minus item number 10? Roll call.
Director Aguirre?
Here.
Director Finn?
Yes.
Director Harris?
Yes.
Vice President Laliotis?
Yes.
President Bender?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. And then if we could dive into 10, that'd be great.
Yes.
So, President Bender, we don't have a presentation prepared for this one.
Okay.
I have pulled the staff report package. I could put that on the screen, or we could answer any questions. I know Director Harris has some questions prepared to answer those and offer board discussion on the item.
All right. Tim, what do you got?
The reason why I pulled this one is that I feel that the board, we're asking virtually to double the amount of monies that were kind of reserved in order to spend towards room rentals. And in my opinion, $27,000 to rent a room is a lot of money. And it mentioned something about a contract amendment, and the contract amendment wasn't attached, and neither was the contract itself attached. So I was just, if staff could kind of help me understand, what did the $12,000 buy us, and what's the additional $15,000 going to buy us?
So generally speaking, the district has utilized the Start House meeting facility for the GM's 360 plan development for both board and staff offsite workshops and development meetings, as well as the strategic plan update workshops for both the board and staff. And there are some challenges in scheduling facilities in alignment with board and staff availability, where there's a lot, as we mentioned earlier, a lot going on, a lot of different projects happening at the same time, and takes some kind of nimbleness in terms of scheduling and some of these resources. So we have utilized the airport boardroom as a facility, our own district facilities, and look to other, we use the Lyft business facility also over by the airport in some of these projects. What staff is requesting from the board is we're approaching our authorization for expenditures, particularly specific for the Start House. If we want to continue to use the Start House for the remaining workshops in 2023, we'll need additional board authorization. And we don't know that we'll spend all of that authorization amount. We're just looking for enough authorization to get through the remainder of the year. This includes the use of the facility in cases where the meetings or workshops are all day. It also includes meals through the Stella restaurant there, and use of their technologies and other refreshments that are provided throughout the day. Staff is, based on the board's direction, perfectly comfortable with seeking other facilities to continue the rest of these workshops. If the board is so inclined to continue to use the Start House, we'll maintain the schedule that we've been able to establish. We'll just need the extra funding. Otherwise, we'll look for other resources to hold those workshops. I would also just kind of add to it that in terms of meal access and kind of the room accessibility, those are different depending on what facilities we find within the community. I also would like to point out that there is value in having off-site workshops as opposed to those held here at the district. Provides an opportunity for reductions in things like interruptions because we're in the middle of the operations here of our utility. It provides a little bit more creative environment when you're out, separated a little bit from your day-to-day activities. And so I would offer that also as just another consideration there. I'm not saying that Start House has to be the location. Staff, upon board direction, will seek other locations.
So I don't know if that quite answers my question. I understand that the meeting areas in Truckee can always be challenging. How many meetings did we hold for the $12,000 amount? 4, 5, 6?
I'd have to go back and look at that. I don't have the exact number. I don't remember which ones were held at the different facility or specifically the Start House. We can definitely provide the board with that information. I know that the 3 GM 360 meetings were held at the Start House. We've also held at least 3 all-day meetings with a combination of staff and the board for strategic plan updates. So there's at least 5 there. Some of them included meals, some of them didn't, and some of them were 8-hour workshops, some of them were 3 to 4 hour workshops.
And what else is in the contract? Like, is it our standard contract? Is it a contract that they provided?
Just John, would you like to comment on what's specifically in the contract?
Yes, it is the standard contract from the Start House that we sign. We might sign them for 6 meetings, we might sign them for 1, depending on what those are. And it's just a standard contract of that we will leave the room in the same order that we brought it in as. We use their facilities, bathrooms, technology. Sometimes, like Brian's saying, the food goes in there at so much per person if we're in a meeting for the food. Does that answer your question? I can also get you a copy of the contract.
Yeah, it gives me an idea. So, but I was just surprised that majority of, I mean, I know that there are a lot of, some board items, it refers to contracts and they're not, some are attached, some are not attached. So I guess what's typically the expectation from board members? I mean, when it says that there's a contract, do you typically attach the contract? Because I've seen plenty of board items that the contract's attached. And, it could be any vendor that we're going into contract with. It refers to a contract and it refers to an amendment. But I just have a hard time with 27,000, and I know things are getting expensive around here. It's not my money that I'm spending, it's the community's money that I'm spending. So that's why I'm trying to drill down a little bit more and trying to understand it better.
Absolutely. Generally speaking, we don't include contracts with board authorization for funding. We'll include pricing points or spreadsheets on what the bids are or what quotes are. If the board, would prefer, staff can come back. We have some time on this in terms of getting prepared for future workshops. Staff can come back with a more detailed staff report for board consideration. This one is simply looking for additional authorization, depending on how many workshops and how long those last and what we need for the rest of the year. We can utilize Start House, or we could, like I said, we could seek other opportunities out there. We're about at the midway point for our workshops for the year. We're approaching, I think it was just over 12,000 or maybe just a little less than it. And so we want to just have enough coverage for the remainder of the year. We can also reduce the amenities that we request from the Start House, not doing food, doing smaller meetings. Look for board direction on that. If they're not looking to spend that much money for the rest of the year, definitely staff can take direction there as well.
The current contract is due any time, or does it go to the end of the year?
The end of the year. And so it's basically, these
we're
are,
amending it. Oh, it's not. What was that? Yeah.
these are general use contracts for like any other facility. We sign them, and they include a rate for a 1-day use, a half-day use, or meals, depending on the number of people. If it's a leadership team meeting, there'll be 8 or 9 people, including consultants and additional support staff. If it's the board workshops with the staff, we're talking 13 to 15 people. And so those price points can change. And whether we're using the Start House or another facility, will also, either include catering or staff time to make sure that food's there.
So for the rest of the year, we need maybe another 12,000. Because we've gone through that much this year already.
We're at approximately 12,000 if I look at the staff report.
And this is August now, so it's the rest of the year then.
We have at least 3 more strategic plan and GM 360 quarterly meetings. We have a few other workshops related to the strategic planning for board feedback to staff after the community circles project that we're doing in September. We also have a lot of workshop to do with the budget and the cost of service analysis, the integrated resource planning. And so, like I said, we could, at the board's direction, we can kind of integrate multiple facilities. This one here that we're sitting in here this evening, and some of the other public facilities as well. This is fully at the board's pleasure and discretion.
So the difference will cover the rest of the year, but we might not use it all.
Correct. This is a not to exceed authorization.
Okay, good. Thank you, Ryan.
I'm personally comfortable the value of the strategic plan, the dollar value of all the projects and stuff, and then the creativity that we've all had together at the Start House. I like the food there because then
Gravity House.
I know, it's Gravity House, Start House.
Gravity Start. Yeah.
Skis.
So I like our current facility just because what we've done there and accomplished there, and the value of all the capital projects that we're talking about and brainstorming. I feel much more comfortable there than here. So I'm good with moving forward with that one.
I think maybe what you're saying is you're not quite sure the value of the money being spent.
I mean,
on
that's
the space.
$27,000 for space for, I guess,
yeah.
for a year. It's expensive. But what I do see is on these cards, we are using other facilities for other, for our community groups or community circles. Just like I said, it's not my money I'm spending, it's the community's money I'm spending, and I like that we're giving it to somebody local, which is good. Just making sure that, we are also looking at other locations, like the airport, like the town hall, that basically costs nothing, and they can bring in sandwiches. I think that a lot of the food that I've had at Gravity House has actually been brought in from Rayleigh's and everything, which is great. So, we're governmental, just trying to swallow the fact that we're paying $27,000 to rent a room.
No,
So,
yes.
and I don't mean to nickel and dime or anything
You're
like
not
that.
nickel and
It's just-
diming. I don't disagree that, I don't think we understand the true value. But I also believe that, I think as a board, we can give direction to say, yes, we can approve the contract. However, we would like to see some diversity in how we schedule and where we schedule. We don't always have to be at the Gravity Start House. I agree. I've been in off-sites at the airport district. It's a great facility. And so I think my preference would be, yes, we have the contract and we utilize Gravity Start House as a resource, but as a board, at least from my perspective, we would ask staff to mix it up a bit, find some alternatives that might be more cost-effective, but keep everything in play so that schedules can be effectively accomplished. Is that?
Thank you, Tony.
Yeah, all of those things. Scheduling is hard. Things cost what they cost in this town. Supporting private business in this town is not an easy thing to do, honestly. Having worked things like banquets and knowing how much just a decent-sized party will cost you $10,000. It's crazy, but it is what it is. So, over time, I just trust that staff does their research and compares what we need and with, does that. That's what they do for us, and they find a place that they think is going to suit our comfort, our needs, and our schedules. So I do agree, it is a lot of money. I often I go to Bar of America and I'm really like, wow, I went for a hamburger and I paid $52. So, I just think it's those are hard things to parse, and I hope that staff is always keeping financial, thrift in mind. And I trust that they do. It's, but I'm not, again, I'm not, I'll support Director Laliotis, what he said, is like, you just keep an open mind. But I also don't want to put, at this point in time, in this point in the process, booking things is also an element that needs to be taken into consideration. And how much staff time does it take to wrangle us, wrangle staff, wrangle the place? So
So was that a motion that I heard earlier? Supporting?
Sure. I just slipped it in there.
Steve, can I call that a motion from Director Finn? No, he's shaking his head,
like,
so
no.
you need to formally do it.
So I'm happy to make a motion to approve the contract, but does staff understand kind
Yeah,
of
I'm not
what
sure we
our,
were clear.
what our goal
I don't think
would
I
be?
was.
Absolutely. Thank you for the feedback. I'm understanding that there's an approval for the recommendation with the caveat that staff make due diligence for kind of economic choices out there and using other resources that may be available. And I would, if I may be so bold, that what I'm interpreting, it's also finding facilities that are kind of in alignment with the board's scheduling and availability as we go through this very busy second half of summer and fall, as well as the facilities availability themselves. So we'll check in with the board moving forward to make sure we're in alignment. And if need be, we'll come back with an updated item in a future date.
Oh, and is there any public comment on this item? I didn't call for that.
No, Mr. President, thank
Okay.
you.
All right, we got that. Tony, so
I'll move item 10.
I'll second the motion.
There you go.
okay. Motion and a second. Shauna, roll call, please.
Director Aguirre?
Yes.
Director Finn?
Yes.
Director Harris?
Yes.
Vice President Laliotis?
Yes,
President Bender?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
thank you.
Okay. We've got our first action item tonight, consideration of an engineering services contract for design of the Ski Run Water Storage Tank Replacement Project. Two action items tonight. We got Neil.
Randy. Is that Randy?
Good evening, President Bender, members of the board. Good evening. So this is action item number 14, consideration of a contract for design of the Ski Run Water Storage Tank Replacement Project. I'm going to go through a little background here that some of you may have seen before. The district currently operates 34 water storage tanks. We have 30 ground-level welded steel tanks, 2 ground-level bolted steel tanks, 1 partially buried pre-stressed concrete tank, and 1 elevated welded steel tank. These range in volume from 100,000 gallons to 1.5 million. Our oldest tank was constructed in 1963. Our newest one in service was constructed in 2005. As General Manager Wright mentioned earlier, we do have the Bridge Street Tank Number 2 currently under construction, and that will be our largest tank when that comes online. We're hoping we can beat the weather with that and get it online this year. So our 2020 Water System Capital Improvement Plan identified the need for additional storage tank maintenance funds. Many of our tanks still have their original interior coating systems, and the design standards and seismic engineering requirements have changed significantly over the years since some of these tanks were originally constructed. Now, all of these tanks do meet state requirements and met those requirements when they were constructed, but again, the design standards have changed and been improved. So the Water Department identified the need for an outside consultant to assist with prioritizing these funds and conducting some of this work. We had a seismic evaluation of the ground level steel tanks. and was performed and developed bid documents for rehabilitation of the Round Hill tank. A request for proposals for that work was issued in June of 2021, and a contract was awarded to Carollo Engineers in August of that year. Bid documents for the Round Hill tank were developed by Carollo. We had a bid opening in April of 2022. A contract was awarded to Resource Development Company in May of 2022. And again, this was rehabilitation of the existing Round Hill tank. Over the course of that project, we've discovered that the metal degradation was worse than anticipated, and we had significant additional repairs that were not included in the original bid to address that metal degradation. That project is approaching completion, and we do expect to bring it back to the board for a final closeout within the next couple of months. In September of 2022, the board approved an additional contract with Carollo to develop documents for the rehabilitation of the Ski Run and Prosser Lakeview storage tanks. Regarding the Prosser Lakeview tank, we were able to drain the tank and perform some thorough field inspections. We also identified some significant deterioration with more than 50% metal loss on this tank as well. We did an operational review and analysis of the water system, and we determined that we can meet our future operational requirements without the Prosser Lakeview tank. And part of the reason for that is with the new 6170 tank coming online, the storage volume that will be increasing the overall system by will more than offset what we would have here at Prosser Lakeview. And so we are recommending that we do not proceed with rehabilitation of that tank, and we're anticipating abandonment of that tank within the 5 to 7 year time frame. In regards to the Ski Run tank, this tank was constructed at the same time as Round Hill by the same tank contractor. We're expecting conditions similar to the Round Hill tank. Unfortunately, this tank cannot be drained for a thorough field inspection due to the water system operational requirements and the need to serve our customers. And the tank and the pump station at this site are critical to serving customers in the upper elevations of Tahoe Donner, so this site cannot simply be abandoned. We do need this facility going forward into the future. So bid documents for rehabilitation of the tank were completed by Carollo in February of this year. We had a bid opening in March. 5 bids were received with a low bid of $395,000, and after review of everything, we were anticipating an overall project cost that could approach $600,000. So after reviewing those set of bids, the rehabilitation of the Ski Run tank was not recommended. We felt that the rehabilitation cost is close to the cost of tearing the tank down and replacing it. The existing tank is undersized. It's one of our smallest at 100,000 gallons. A rehabilitated tank would not meet the current seismic codes, and because the tank is so small, the diameter to height ratio makes the existing tank susceptible to damage in an earthquake event. And the rehabilitated tank would also not meet current industry standards regarding some accessory items such as roof vents, sample ports, and ladder systems. So the bids for rehabilitation of the Ski Run tank were rejected by the board at the April 5th meeting of this year. And the staff report noted that the existing Ski Run pump station is 50 years old, and the overall plan for the site involves replacing both facilities. So an RFP to select a consultant to perform this design work was issued in May of this year. The scope of work included replacement of both the Ski Run tank and the Ski Run pump station. We received 4 proposals: Carollo Engineers, Loomis and Associates, Sowers Engineering, and Schaffen Wheeler. A staff committee reviewed the proposals. We have a technical proposal. These are ranked here. They were all relatively close in nature, but we did determine that Carollo had the highest ranking, followed by Sowers, Loomis, and then Schaffen Wheeler. We then reviewed the cost proposals, and the costs included the design of both the storage tank and the pump station, and they also included the bid phase and construction phase services. So the cost rankings are given here. Sowers was number 1, Loomis, Schaffen Wheeler, and then Carollo. And so finally, we have an aggregated ranking with Sowers as the number 1 firm, and we are recommending that the contract be awarded to Sowers Engineering.
I think they engineered our first tank. They've been with us a long time, too.
Correct.
yeah.
Sowers has done a number of projects for the district over the years, yes. Okay. So here we have the planned project schedule. This evening, August 2nd, we are recommending award of an engineering contract to the consultant. We would then move into conceptual design over August and September, moving into 60% design October, November of this year. We're hoping to finalize the bid documents in December with a bid opening in February of next year, award of a construction contract in the March timeframe with construction to begin in May of next year, weather permitting. We probably couldn't have met May this year at that particular site, but we'll have to see what this winter brings us. So the Water Department Capital Improvement Plan calls for several pump stations and storage tanks to be rehabilitated or replaced over the next few years. We have 4 sites that we're looking at. Innsbrook Storage Tank and Pump Station, Alder Creek Pump Station, Ski Lodge Storage Tank and Pump Station, and the Herringbone Storage Tank. And the RFP did inform the prospective consultants of this potential additional work and stated that the district reserved the right to retain the selected consultant for this additional work. So in terms of fiscal impact, the price proposal from Sowers was $199,040. A 10% change order allowance is recommended. This would be a total authorization of just under $219,000. And the fiscal year 2023 Water Department capital budget includes about $880,000 for storage tank rehabilitation and about $630,000 for pump station rehabilitation. So we do have sufficient funds to cover the cost of this contract. So the recommendation before you is to authorize the general manager to execute a professional services agreement with Sowers Engineering for the engineering design and development of contract documents for the Ski Run water storage tank replacement project in an amount of $199,040 plus a 10% change order allowance for a total authorization not to exceed $219,944.
That sounds low for all that work.
That's the design work. That's not.
That's right, I'm sorry.
Just the design. No, I would
That's just
love
paper, Joe, just
I remember
paper.
yeah, just,
I would love to build the contract or build the project for that, but I don't think we'll be that lucky.
no, I know what that's gonna be like.
Okay, thank you. Is there any public comment on action item number 14?
No, Mr. President.
Okay. Any board comment? Kim? Nope, shaking head, thumbs up. All right.
Yeah,
Where is Ski Run Storage Tank?
That is on Ski Slope Way, kind of on the backside of the Tahoe Donner ski area. It's relatively high up within the Tahoe Donner subdivision. It's actually our second highest facility in elevation.
Below Glacier.
Correct, yes. This is the facility below Glacier.
Got it.
Yes.
Neil, was that the one we were having trouble with for a while, about 20 years ago or 30 years ago?
I'm not sure. The only trouble I'm aware of is that it's a very popular parking spot for folks that like to
just gonna buy
to
Sunrise
backcountry
Bowl.
ski up into Sunrise Bowl. And so that's the only trouble I'm aware of at this facility is a lot of people like to park in there, which
Oh, I see.
sometimes causes us problems.
Is that part of the contract, is to sort of revamp some parking?
No, we
Ban the parking.
I think what I'm talking about is that tank used to produce some water up there, but we couldn't roll it over. I mean, it wasn't in the loop or something. And they finally put it in the loop on the water system. And then we were having a little problem there. I mean, this was way back when. Been running ever since.
Yeah, since they're gonna make it bigger, it's really skinny and tall. And then a one-lane road back in there.
Yeah, it would be nice if we,
They're gonna have to make it bigger.
gonna have to make it a little bit bigger, I
Yeah,
think.
they're gonna, how many
did
gallons are you
too.
thinking?
Right now, we're anticipating that we would double the size of this. We're targeting about 200,000 gallons.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I mean, in the grand scheme of things, 100,000 gallons, I mean, a single-family home with a lot of irrigation is using almost that amount of water in a month. So,
I hope
in a
not,
month,
but
in a month.
Not even growing.
It's really about fire flow and duration.
Yeah, exactly, fire flow, so,
But if you're gonna go 2, why don't you make it 3? Come on.
come on.
No, I mean, I like the logic behind the idea of rehab versus capacity. I think as we look more and more to our capital improvement plans, fire flows and durations and whatnot are going to continue to be a factor in how we design water systems and how we move forward. So I think adding capacity is the right thing to do, even though it's likely going to be more expensive in the long run. I think it's more cost effective. So, and I do feel like Sauer's price is fairly good. So, and they're a good organization.
Agreed.
I'll move staff's recommendation.
second?
Motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Director Aguirre?
Yes.
Director Finn?
Yes.
Director Harris?
Yes.
Vice President Laliotis?
Yes.
President Bender?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank
Some
you.
of those facilities are 50 years old. I mean,
Yeah, we have a number of facilities that are in that general age range, and so we
So something's
do
gotta
have a lot
give.
of work ahead of us,
Yeah,
you know,
we
to
do. Thank
to
you, Neil.
rehabilitate and/or potentially replace a number of facilities over the years.
Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna ask Shauna to cut the air conditioning down. I think it's blowing right here.
It's me and Joe. I brought a jacket for that purpose.
Do I look like a popsicle here or what? He wants to
right.
keep me refrigerated.
Exactly. Keep us
All
on
right, thank you,
ice.
Neil. We've got item 15, and Joe's coming up to the stage. Consideration of awarding the electric utility construction services 2023 contract to VIP Powerline Corp.
Good evening, President Bender, members of the board. This is action item number 15. The electric department has hired contract crews occasionally to assist district crews. This is specifically for help with executing capital improvement construction work. This work must be done during a relatively short construction season. There's winter in Truckee and then construction season, as the joke goes. Our construction season starts typically in May, ends in mid-October. However, this can be greatly shortened during a heavy winter, as occurred this year. The use of contract crews is especially beneficial this year, not just because of weather, but it helps offset labor shortages caused by challenges in hiring as many journey level line workers as needed We currently have 3 openings for journey level line workers. The electric utility industry as a whole, especially in the West, is struggling with labor shortages for qualified journey level line workers. This work is in high demand, and the resources are scarce. For instance, there's pressure on IOUs, specifically Pacific Gas and Electric, to reduce the potential for fires around their electric infrastructure, and this has resulted in a dramatic increase in the utility construction work in California, and this has contributed to that lack of available qualified journey level line workers. The electric department specifically has not been able to hire as many journey level staff as we have budgeted for. However, we have managed a good mix of hiring some journey level staff and hiring apprentices to develop into journey level staff. This apprenticeship process requires a 3 to 4 year time frame, and the district has been very successful in developing apprentices. But the need still remains to fill vacancies within the electric department. Given that, staff has identified the need to secure a contracted utility line work construction crews to meet the electric system workload this year. This is primarily due to 2 reasons: the labor shortages and a shortened construction season for this year. The proposed contract will provide electric construction crews on an as-needed basis to assist us primarily with capital improvement construction activities, but they would also be available for emergency response on our system. Staff prepared a request for bids soliciting qualified contractors to provide those construction crews on an as-needed basis, billed on a time and equipment basis only. Materials were not included, as these would be supplied by the district to the contractor. Bids were advertised and a bid opening was held on July 20th this year. Staff received and evaluated a total of 9 bids. Here are the results on this slide. The apparent low bidder is shown in boldface type for clarity. Some items to mention about this table: the base bid amount, the 3rd column over, is the sum total price of all hourly labor rates and equipment rates as listed on the bid schedule, with a quantity of 1 for each item. The base bid plus option years amount adds the percentage increase as determined by each bidder for option years, for the 2 option years. The base bid plus option years amount allows staff to compare and evaluate bids for the lowest overall price. We note that there were mathematical errors made by most bidders when they calculated the option year 1 and 2 price. Correction of this error using the procedure as was outlined clearly in the bid documents resulted in the final base bid plus option year amounts listed on the table in this slide. Staff believes the bid documents clearly indicated the correct way to calculate that number, the formula. However, in the future, staff will include an example bid schedule form filled out to increase clarity for that calculation. The evaluation showed that VIP Powerline Corporation is the apparent base bid plus option years low bidder. And so staff confirmed their state license, their C10 electrical license, and that they are registered with the Department of Industrial Relations, the DIR. Staff checked references and found them to be satisfactory, and they have the knowledge and skills required to perform the work. And therefore, staff recommends the award of the contract to VIP Powerline Corporation. Funding of $500,000 for fiscal year '23 is available in the electric operating and capital fund budgets. The electric department currently has 4 position vacancies, estimated savings of a little over $385,000 in wages, and $365,000 in overheads, combined for a total labor cost savings of a little over $750,000. This is partially offset by a little over $228,000 for an unbudgeted electrician position, which has remained filled in this fiscal year. The net savings equates to a little over $522,000, sufficient to cover the requested $500,000. And if actual labor savings were less than forecasted, the electric capital budget can fund at least $200,000 of this amount. And this is based on anticipated labor funding from the ELF Fuse deployment project, a project critical to the wildfire mitigation plan that the district is undertaking. This project has a capital labor budget of a little over $220,000, including overheads. And then continued work and funding for this contract in the 2 option years, fiscal year 24 and 25, would be subject to satisfactory performance by the contractor during work this year, and then board approval of the fiscal year 24 and 25 budget. And therefore, staff recommends that the board authorize the general manager to execute an electric utility construction services contract with VIP Powerline Corporation for fiscal year 23, with 2 optional 1-year extensions for a total not to exceed amount of $500,000 annually starting in fiscal year 23 and for each option year thereafter. Thank you for your time. Happy to answer questions.
Great. Thank you. Any public comment on action item number 15?
No, Mr. President.
Okay, seeing none. Krista, any comments, questions?
I do have just some questions. What does a crew consist of? How many, these are 4, I don't know.
A typical crew, and this was also outlined in the bid documents, would be a foreman, 2 journeyman line workers, and a journeyman apprentice.
Okay.
Or, excuse me, apprentice line worker.
Okay, and we're hiring them just for the construction season, essentially.
Correct.
So it's summer season, summer seasonal employees.
Yes, a little late start to that summer season, but yes.
Well, it was a late start to the summer season. So, okay, I got it. Understood. Thank you.
Where was Powerline located? I read them all, but can't remember.
They're headquartered in San Leandro.
Oh, okay. Not Cedar City. Man, you got a bid from Cedar City, huh? You did. The 3rd one up there, or the 2nd one.
The second one is in West Sacramento.
Oh, okay.
Most of the contractors were either in California, or 7 were in California, 2 were headquartered in Utah.
Any thoughts, Tony?
Sure. Sorry, I'm confused on this base bid. Is that like a daily rate for the 4 people you just described plus equipment?
No, the base bid and the base bid plus option years. There's in the bid schedule we had labor. We had hourly. Each bidder could fill in hourly rates for general foreman, journey line worker, apprentice, groundman, and then equipment rates for all the different pieces of equipment. And the base bid plus the base bid amounts was using a quantity of 1 for all those things. Not that they're going to have all those laborers or all that equipment, but it's similar to what we have done for the market basket approach, where we've on materials, where we've taken using a quantity of 1 for a variety of items. We establish a way to make an evaluation among different bidders, and this is the same approach. Everybody put in their rates for labor rates and equipment rates with a quantity of 1 for the whole list.
Yeah, but Joe, that 9,090, what That's for one, you say. And how many ones are there gonna be? I mean, that's just a unit number. For what now? Per day, like Tony said, or what?
It's a little confusing, but it allows us, staff, a way to evaluate the bidders. So
Oh,
if unfortunately, I don't have the bid schedule to put up, to project, but the bid schedule had labor rates, or excuse me, places for each bidder to put in labor rates for a variety of laborers
okay, that's B1?
with a quantity of one.
Yeah.
So this doesn't mean that these contractors would bill us this amount. This is just a way to reflect the cost of what we had on a bid schedule using a quantity of one. We would never use everything on the bid schedule all at one time. So this doesn't reflect what a daily charge would be by any means. It's just a way for us to evaluate one contractor against another contractor.
Okay, okay. So now you have an average or a number you can work with.
Correct.
Yeah.
It's a theoretical
This
hourly
this
rate.
dollar value, the dollar value, if I might add on here,
Yes.
Yeah, there's a couple of,
the dollar value you see on the bid schedule is a proposed menu of services. So a foreman, 3 journeymen and an apprentice, or 2 journeymen and an apprentice, a derrick digger, a bucket truck, a pole trailer, whatever other equipment that may be on the menu of resources that the scope of work would require. You put together a menu with an itemized price list with a unit of 1 hour, and it gives you a baseline to compare the competitive pricing, because this is a time and equipment proposal. We're very familiar with time and materials, so if you're having someone build something for you, they're building a garage or a house, and you have a time and materials contract, it's how much labor and how much materials will it take to build that structure. For us, we don't have a finite value or number of the entire scope of the work for the summer. Right. And so we need to develop a unit price to create a competitive basis for. And so then the second column shows each bidder's escalation year over year. So if we want to go into contract with them next year, we don't have to go back out to bid, competitive bid for this. We have an escalator that they're already committed to. And so we know the unit costs for this year and the unit costs for next year, aggregate those together, and we found the lowest competitive bidder for that.
okay. You boys know what you're doing. And I'm gonna let you do it.
That was helpful.
Thoughts?
I think I have the most important question. How many days till retirement, Joe?
Thank you, Director Harris. Actually, I haven't been thinking about. I don't know. Actually,
Okay. Everyone always has it on their phone.
I'm not one of those people that will ever put one of those on, because I'm enjoying every day. I really appreciate being associated with this great team. I'm still enjoying myself, so I don't know.
I'm glad to hear that. So, but I appreciate the presentation, and I also liked how you checked their credentials. I think that's always important to do, as well as their references. Any idea about housing them? Are we going to assist them with housing at all, or is they're kind of on their own to house their employees up here?
It's the latter.
Okay.
They're on their. That is their responsibility.
Okay.
That's part of their bid for traveling.
No, it's their responsibility. They're going to have to figure it out. So whether it be living in Reno or coming up here and finding a rental, they'll be able to do that, hopefully.
Camping.
So, camping.
Bring their own trailer.
There you go.
Yeah.
And then the other thing is that with the operations, you may have already said this and I may have missed it, but is the savings from not filling those 3 positions, is that kind of going towards this, the
Correct.
cost of this? Okay.
Yes, correct.
Great. You've answered all my questions. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, I appreciate this. I know sometimes times like these can feel overwhelming, and having services like this to kind of help keep our capital programs moving forward. But, I definitely don't want to lose sight of making sure that we have adequate staff in-house to respond, to take care of these things. But also, I'm a big proponent of in-house staff because they take ownership of the work they do. And that's important to this community. And I think it's important to me as a utility manager that we have that. So while I understand perhaps we need this as a stopgap to get through these times, I don't want to lose the focus on making sure that we are adequately staffed to serve this community. And so that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Vice President Laliotis. And I would point out, too, that we have 2 journey-level line workers in our attendance this evening, and I would like to point out, too, that Conrad Kraus is one of our apprenticeship success stories. He, just a month ago now, or maybe it's been 2 months, the time goes by quickly, but he topped out, as it is called in the trade, to become a journeyman lineman. So.
Hey.
Awesome.
Yeah, congratulations, exactly. Which actually I had a random question. What does it, when you're hiring an apprentice to start, what does an apprentice look like? Where do they come from? What's their training? Are they fresh out of high school? Do they go to something first? Like what does it take to be an apprentice?
That's
for myself.
That's a great question. Director Finn, thank you for asking. An apprentice can take many forms. So an apprentice could be someone who has no formal training, but the district. I can't remember the last time if we've hired somebody like this. I think we have. The specific instance doesn't come to mind, but we could take a person who is a good cultural fit to the district, and then send them to apprenticeship. It's called pre-apprenticeship training, to go through that training, and then take them on once they graduated from that. Take them on and put them through the apprenticeship program, which we have developed here at the district, and then what we're doing currently. And we did some interviews last week, interviewing people for potential apprenticeship positions with the district, is that we had most of the applications to the district, these individuals had already completed pre-apprenticeship training.
Wow.
They, on their own resources, had gone through and graduated from Northwest Lineman College pre-apprenticeship certification.
That in Nevada?
It's in. There's a campus in Oregon and a campus in
It's
Colorado.
Orville and Idaho, I thought.
Yeah. Thank you.
Awesome. Fascinating.
I thought they had to be groundmen first, but they don't. They can start anywhere they want to.
That is an option. We can take someone in as a groundman.
Yeah, and then move him up to apprentice. Yeah. Is he under one lineman, a supervisor like, or all the linemen that's ahead of him, of the district?
Well, they would be assigned to foreman, but they could be rotated among crews.
Okay, good.
Many paths. Thank
And I
you.
think several of our linemen did go through that program, through the apprenticeship to get here. And I remember when I was here, we advertised for one position. We had for an apprentice. We had 120 people apply for it, which was a little overwhelming receiving all those resumes and applications. So I think it's a little more different. It's a little more competitive for people now. But it's a great program, and we've been able to get great linemen here through all those programs. So thank you for going through all of that.
We used to pull them from the Union and in Kings Beach, wasn't it? So if we needed a lineman. But another thing you said, doggone it, lineman apprentice. I'm sorry, go ahead, Joe.
To your question about hiring from the hall, we have hired from the hall in previous years. I believe the
Sometimes
hall
that
is,
was more on a temporary basis though, wasn't it? They'd come for,
yes, a very temporary basis, like for
Yeah.
weeks or a few months where we needed just one
extra
person.
help. We
one or
needed
two
extra,
people.
yeah. That union still there?
Pardon me, is the,
That union still over in?
yes.
It is, huh?
Yes.
Okay. So that's not what I was gonna say is, you said earlier that linemen are short in the industry? And we got 150 applications for one.
Well, that was
apprentice?
years ago, though.
That was many years ago. I think, and I always like to see in high schools where they are promoting the trades and promoting people to go to the, Northwest Lineman College or starting out that. And even, I mean, I hope that our own employees are having the opportunity to talk to local people who may have kids that are interested in the trades and educate them, because not only linemen, but even the water workers.
So I would like to add just real quick on that note. We have a posting right now for the apprenticeship positions. We had 70 applicants. Our operations managers went to the Northwest Lyman College workshops to help recruit there. Absolutely, the district agrees with Vice President Laliotis' philosophy of making sure that we have this adequate staff, the ownership of work within the district. It's important. The line crew work together collectively as a team, and in almost every circumstance that we can, we want to have internal resources do that work, because that institutional knowledge and understanding is really important. Certain circumstances like this summer, where there's a lot of pressure in the industry, we're currently going through the recruiting process and interview process. I believe we have one candidate who's either going to accept or is close to accepting an offer to come on board, and we have several more interviews and tests to conduct of those 70 candidates. Outside the district, there are a lot of pressures, as Joe mentioned at the beginning. There's a news article in the Wall Street Journal that PG&E has decided to ditch their vegetation management program and take that $1 billion and reallocate it to the undergrounding program, which is going to continue to draw stress on licensed, qualified, certified linemen to do that construction work. And so the pressures are out there. It's important that we continue to develop our recruiting resources and our team be involved in that process. And I would hand it back over to President Bender.
Is there a motion?
I move to item 15 as presented.
I'll second.
Okay, motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Thank you, Director Aguirre,
Yes.
Director Finn,
Yes.
Director Harris,
Yes.
Vice President Laliotis, President Bender.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
thank you.
All right. Done with all the consent and
Hey,
actions.
thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We've got our first workshop. Pam's here. Excuse me. Anyone want a break, or do you want to plug away?
I can keep going.
Okay,
I'm good.
all right. Okay. Pam Hobday. Workshop to review 2023 strat plan update benchmarking info.
Thank you. President Bender and Board, it's great to see you and staff tonight. I'm Pam Hobday, President and CEO of Pamela Hurt Associates. I've been working with the board on the strategic planning update. And tonight, we're excited to have a workshop to share the results of benchmarking. And want to start with just revisiting why do we do benchmarking during this process. It's important to measure the future state of the PUD. So where are we really going and do that against those of other businesses to determine your best practices. Benchmarking positions the PUD to think strategically, and in our process, we include community input. And that's something that the board has felt strongly about, and staff. It serves as a catalyst for organizations to continuously improve and evolve and ensure that the PUD stays ahead in a dynamic and competitive business landscape. So why benchmarking? This is my favorite bullet. Benchmarking encourages partnerships. Lots of times people talk about collaboration first. Well, collaboration is really the how. Partnerships is that we're really working together and there's win-win, you know, whether it's people in the community that we're working with or these benchmark partners. So in this strategic planning update, we had 6 benchmarking partners that you can see on the slide. And we pivoted a little bit. And during our last benchmarking process, during when we were all on Zoom during the pandemic, and we sent everyone to chat rooms, we gathered information from the community on all of your board initiatives. So they gave general comments. This time we felt it would be better to be very specific with each of the benchmark partners using your updated initiatives and taking their expertise on each one of those. Board members and staff participated in each of the benchmarking interviews. And I want to just take a moment to give Stephen Poncelet just the biggest round of applause for everyone. Thank you, Stephen. And I want to tell you why. Stephen, in less than 4 days, put all of these interviews together. You know, he can call all of these people, but we had numerous people, experts on every single benchmark call. It wasn't just one person from the entity, it was 3 or 4. And orchestrating schedules with all of us. So Stephen, thank you. Plus he facilitated each one of those meetings and then he typed up all the notes. It was a really big deal. So really shout out to Stephen. Just a reminder, the same questions are asked of each entity during benchmarking. And the questions were sent in advance to each of the benchmark partners. And I wanted to just have a note that everyone was prepared. There was not one of your partners that we benchmarked with that hadn't done a lot of homework and thoughtful conversations. We were all really impressed with that. So tonight, this is all about the board, really. And I want to go over the process and be sure and ask questions, President Bender and board, so that you're sure of the expectations of the board. Very soon, like 4.5 weeks, we are going to be having our community circle meetings. It's really important that you as a board give your opinions, directions, thoughts with staff so that we can put the processes together that are consistent for each of those community circle meetings, and that you get out of those meetings what you need to make decisions about these initiatives. So what we're going to do is staff is going to give their presentations. So we'll have a presentation based on the benchmark partner, and they will give their, let's say, summary of that benchmark partner, take notes, think about ideas that you glean from these summaries, and then at the end of each of the presentations, we're going to brainstorm the initiative. So like community broadband, We're going to then talk about as a board, and remember, it's a workshop, you can ask staff to engage, but we want to know, what do you want out from the community? What's the information you want from the community about community broadband, for an example? And remember, we're going to use Slido at the presentations so we can do rankings. We can, we can do most anything that you've done with us and that staff has done. So we can collect ongoing data from each of those meetings for you to have. So be thinking about that process, and what you really want out of this. So Brian, what did I leave out?
I think it's, Pam did a great job of covering kind of the introduction here for the board this evening. Each of the staff members that kind of most closely associated with the initiative or the type of work the initiative includes will be offering a presentation. We'll be looking from the board your feedback, like Pam mentioned, based on the benchmarking data we have. What do you want to have confirmed or supported or get the community's input on, feedback on, as we develop the interaction at the community circles? What are your outcomes you're looking for, whether it's affirmation of some of the benchmarking best practices or other priorities within the community? So we really appreciate your participation on this. It's going to be really important for the next step.
So remember, we have these 4 initiatives that are really board initiatives. And our role has to be, as my consulting firm and staff, to make sure we deliver exactly what you want out of those community meetings. And that means not only what you want, but what staff, what their expertise you want their input on as well. And so as you look at the broad base of what you've done, board and staff, in coming up with a little bit broader base on at least 3 of these initiatives, it leaves you a lot of opportunity to really think of things that might overlap. What are the discussion points? We will have an hour and a half with the community, and we don't want to talk at the community. We want to listen. So we want to pose things. Everyone's going to be sitting in circles, like community circles. They're going to be having dialogue together as equal community members on topics that you're interested in hearing their opinions on. I hope that's helpful, talking about process.
I wanted to add one thing, and Pam mentioned it a little bit earlier. The last time we went through this process, we had some of the same public partners that were in part of the benchmarking last time, and we asked each of the participants questions on all the initiatives. This round, as you know, those of you that participated, we've focused the benchmarking based on the initiative and the agency and the work they do. And so there was a lot more efficient use of time and really some more detailed benchmarking feedback. And so the board and staff and the workshops have broadening these initiatives to more align with, or better align with, our long-term goals of each of the initiatives. And so you'll see the feedback from each of these public partners as we go through it. So, and like Pam said, at the end, we'll have some opportunity for dialogue.
Just to review before we begin the presentations and then have our discussion, here were the benchmarking questions that we ask of every single entity. And the summary tonight given by staff will give not only answering the majority of these questions in their summary, but when we're finished with each discussion, we're going to ask you what your ahas are from the presentation. And then if you had the opportunity to participate, did you have any other key ideas or, bright ideas that came from the benchmarking experience that you had as well?
All right, our first initiative presentation this evening will be on the community-wide broadband. And we have Scott Crow, our IT director.
Good evening, President Bender, Board of Directors. So tonight, this will be the first benchmarking discussion is on the community broadband, looking at pursuing funding opportunities for feasibility study and business plan. We've already done the feasibility study, bridge access for underserved, and enable public and private partnerships. So we met with California Municipal Utilities Association, and here's the attendees listed there: Barry Malign, Executive Director; Patrick Welch, the Legislative Director; Brian Wright, of course; Stephen Poncelé, and myself. So we asked the 7 questions. The first one is, please share your experience with community broadband and what are you focusing on in this area? They mentioned a recently completed membership services survey for which they asked their membership questions to gauge what they're doing regarding broadband, if anything. A lot of the members they mentioned were not doing anything, but some were, and below are some examples of a success and some not so successful stuff. So Silicon Valley Power, they currently lease fiber to businesses and other agencies in their area. They also provide limited free public outdoor Wi-Fi to the community using the Power's wireless AMI metering infrastructure. The next one is Alameda Municipal Power. They started a cable TV and high-speed internet venture that they eventually sold to Comcast for a $60 million loss to the city of Alameda. And then the San Bruno CityNet, they currently also provide cable and internet to the city of San Bruno. Their infrastructure called CityNet currently has a $17.8 million deficit, and they claim to need $18.4 million in fiber and equipment upgrades. So those were just some of the examples that they provided to us. Barry Malign mentioned his similar experience working at the state of Florida with the utilities there, both in ISP services as well as leasing their fiber and SCADA assets. They spoke of enabling community-wide is really about better service, which is, they mentioned, is hard to effectively do with monopolies that are in the current areas. They additionally focus on evaluating and understanding the needs of the community, which might be better service, serving the underserved, or better coverage, and how to get there. It would be things like the ownership model, negotiating with current providers or partnerships. And then lastly, the easiest path typically is through negotiation or partnerships. Next slide, please.
Scott, what was the $60 million loss associated? Who is that associated with again?
That was the city of Alameda.
Oh, okay.
Alameda Municipal Power, but it's a municipal, so it's to the city of Alameda, the cost is.
Got it.
All right, so question 2, what do you think are best practices for utilities in the area? They're basically saying that partnership with existing relationships are best. They also mentioned to expand on local control as a focal point. So they made a point of saying that almost all the action in utilities around broadband is under a municipal structure versus a special district like we are. And then an idea that keeps coming up throughout the discussion that we had was the limit on the utility's ability to spend. Question 3, what are you finding are cost and equity drivers? Customers paying for services that they're not receiving. We saw that in our own feasibility study as well. This tends to be a little problematic in the sense of actually determining what that service is tough, because depending on how you measure, when you measure, what time of day, all this other stuff, it is a little rougher to kind of really get to the nut of what it is that you're measuring as far as that goes. It also makes it problematic to determine underserved as well. The equity question remains open as long as people are unserved or underserved. And although Truckee is not considered an underserved community, there are some areas in Truckee that are considered underserved. And then again, utilities not being a funding source and the optics of Truckee not being a disadvantaged community asking for funding, it would be a challenge. Next slide, please. What are you identifying as the risks and opportunities that utilities are facing? So the first risk was the probability of lawsuits that a utility may face trying to become an ISP. And we did see that previously, and in our previous look at broadband some time ago, we saw that as well. And then they mentioned with so many financial limitations, including finding the funding for a business plan, which is where we're at this point, the ownership model does not seem practical or feasible in our case. Reactions of existing broadband providers could undermine efforts. And this goes beyond the lawsuits. This could manifest itself in, say, current providers drastically reducing their pricing structure so that the utility or the partner's financials don't pencil out, driving them out of business. That's one example. Or potentially protesting grant proposals. That we saw that as well. Currently here with our current partner, Pluma Sierra, they applied for a grant for an underserved community here in Truckee, and a protest was filed against that grant proposal by a current provider. And then lastly, potential stranded assets. So assets presumed to have value, but value being lost over time due to such things as poor planning, obsolete technologies, changing plans. And then as far as opportunities, they listed incremental development. They talked about working with partners to address underserved areas. That would be an example of some incremental development. And then also making noise. So they talked about working with other agencies such as the town of Truckee to market solutions and engage with the community as well as engage legislatively as well. Next slide. What are the innovators in the industry strategizing? So the one and only thing that was talked about was fiber. So this is a quote from Barry Moline: "No one has gone wrong with investing in fiber. Fiber is much less risky than other technologies such as coaxial or Wi-Fi or cellular technologies." And this also ties back to the stranded assets comment. Number 6, what do you think are options for funding? They mentioned funding could essentially come from the community as an assessment district or from the state or federal sources, again, as electric water utilities are not funding sources. And then it was also mentioned that, that there's a $750 million in the legislative budget for legislative priorities if approved, although the state budget deficit could have a negative impact on earmarks. Next slide, please. And then lastly, anything we did not discuss that you want to add. They mentioned that we have a new state representative and that we should work with this new representative to chase funding sources. And then also government and public relations efforts may be an effective next step, particularly if it's done together with other agencies, as mentioned earlier. And they said that they felt that this was a relatively inexpensive option. And then lastly, very few utilities in California they've seen directly engaged with leasing their assets. So with all of their membership, there really wasn't a lot of their membership that were doing anything around broadband or whatnot. So.
Thank you, Scott. President Bender, for this particular benchmarking activity, I was just the staff. There wasn't a board representative there, so at this point we would ask for the board member participant to give ahas or some feedback. But since there wasn't, I think we can open it up to discussion or anything that caught your attention for feedback to the staff with these benchmarks.
The 60 million. That was kind of a...
Lots of what not to do in
right,
that presentation.
yeah.
Let's not do that.
When I know that we have talked as a board and staff in another workshop about some of your feelings about broadband moving forward, what might be things you would like us to find out from the community?
I guess me personally, I feel like none of those answers were a surprise. You know, I think they use the term noise, but I think I use the term noise as probably why we're here at this point in time. But, you know, I've always felt strongly like, you know, our best option is to leverage our assets if we can and not be directly involved in the delivery of services. And I think nothing here changed my mind, more or less. So it's kind of my 2 cents right now.
Oh, one quick
do-
observation.
Go ahead,
Oh,
go ahead,
was
President Bender.
The very few are leasing. That was kind of caught me off guard.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised at that.
I think that probably has a lot to do with what those assets are actually doing for the utility. But if we certainly have assets that we're not using and don't plan to use aggressively, that there are options for us to lease those facilities. But ultimately, we have to know that whatever we're doing will benefit the community at the end of the day. So I think that, to be honest, it's a pretty high bar, I think. So we'll continue to sort of fish the waters.
Yeah, well, we are continuing to invest in our fiber resources. We're going to continue our SCADA development and complete that system, which will add a certain amount of more dark fiber because we don't utilize all of the.
Yes, absolutely. That's, I think, what Barry Moline was referring to is that the fiber assets infrastructure that we will continue to install for our SCADA reliability projects, that's a long-term capital project for our own operations, you're not going to have stranded assets there because they'll have utility for our operation.
Yeah.
And as Vice President Aldeotis pointed out, leveraging those where we can. Back to President Bender's comment, I just wanted to put context in some of the benchmarking comments. It was CMUA's focus was on their California Municipal Utilities membership. And so the survey they sent out, what's unique about the Truckee Donner PUD is we are a special district unaffiliated with a municipal city structure. So that was the funding challenge. There are other municipalities that have done community broadband. We were looking for benchmarking as it relates to public utilities and special districts. So I just wanted to add that.
And how, in that context, the town of Truckee could be as powerful a driver in this initiative as the PUD is. If there was really not a community drive towards broadband, which is why we came up with that initiative to begin with, was because we felt like we heard it from this community. The town of Truckee should also be hearing it from the community. And, that might be one of the few avenues open that we haven't fully explored, is how a partnership between the town and the PUD might be able to leverage these resources. Again, we just saw a whole bunch of really terrible examples of municipal, we don't want any of that to happen. But and when I think about things like making noise, if even our presence in this arena can create better service from Optimum, that's progress, right? Does that count? It's something. It's something, because that's what we want to see. We just want to see better service from the providers that we already have, and if they can't provide it, we thought, well, maybe we can help. So I don't know. Those are my thoughts. Those are thoughts.
If I may jump in real quick, just as an observation, all of the examples that they gave us of areas that were doing some sort of broadband, whether it was ISP or leasing or whatever, it looks like the ones that were doing the leasing side seem to be the most successful. The ones that started going down the ISP road are the ones that looked like they had more losses, as an observation.
Yes, that seemed, yes. I saw that pattern as well. And just if we go the fiber route of just, leasing out our dark fiber, I wonder what that financial structure looks like. Like, where does that money go? To the water utility, the electric utility, none of the, what?
From an accounting perspective, the SCADA reliability assets are an electric utility asset in terms of how we've done our internal accounting. We have SCADA projects within the water side, but for us, it is a utility, electric utility asset.
So that would go into the electric side pool to be used for whatever we want?
Primarily to offset the cost of the investment of that infrastructure.
Okay, oh, well, that's a good, that works.
At first.
Right, and then that gets paid off, and then we get to use it for other things.
There's a lot of great comments here and feedback. In terms of the community circles, knowing what you know now from this phase of the benchmarking, this is one of the initiatives we've probably done the most community engagement on. We had a scoping study where there was a community survey and community feedback. And so we have a lot of data on this particular initiative and great feedback and direction to staff. For the community circles, how would you like staff, or what information, how would you like us to facilitate that community engagement on this particular initiative? What are you looking for in terms of deliverables and outcomes?
I mean, for broadband, I'm just kind of doing a thought experiment in my mind about, okay, we're going to this circle, and I just feel like, okay, they're just going to tell us the same thing. We want broadband. We want higher speed, reliable service.
We need better service.
We need better service, and we want it yesterday. And it's like, I don't know, it's just such a big lift for this one. And then when we act a little bit, well, there's complaints. There's a lawsuit. There's noise at LAFCO from our competitors saying, no, you shouldn't even be doing this. So, but then maybe that sparks a little bit of threat of competition that, instead of partnering with us or talking to us about partnering, they're, throwing in these complaints. And so potential partners aren't really friendly.
Yeah.
Well, because we're dancing in their money pit potentially, right? So
For sure.
Yeah, I think this is a tricky.
I'm having a hard time kind of, what do I want to see as outcomes for are they going to tell us, oh, okay, we should really just reinforce, I guess, can we get that more reinforcement on leasing our assets to support that part of broadband as our initiative, rather than really going down an ISP? Is that practical? Is that a realistic ask?
Yeah.
An idea, I'm just brainstorming. But as we go through these presentations and we think about what you all hear in this community, what we hear, and since this utility is unique, it might be interesting as you think about asking the community to do some ranking as far as rates. If we do this, this is the expense. I'm really brainstorming.
I like that direction is, if community member, if we gave you $100, in order to get broadband here, it's going to cost you $75 and you'll leave only $25 for the other strategic plan items or something. I think about what Joe had in his presentation where you kind of got an apples to apples comparison and just the realization of really how expensive broadband is and undergrounding is. And, that I think may be it. The idea is great, and if collectively we can all put it together, but really what's the priority of it'd be great to do all four of them, but obviously money doesn't grow on trees. And prioritizing which ones to go forth with. The other thing is that there was a lot of work done with the not community, the committee. If there's anything in there that we could kind of pull out and share with the community groups that is helpful, maybe get one or two of the committee members who understand it really well and what would they want to share with the community? Because they're a little more in depth about it. I mean, we got the report on it, but I just feel like I would rather have them say, this is what you need to ask the community members. That's just my 2 cents.
I mean, at the end of the day, our goal should be to, if we can, deliver something that benefits the community with the least amount of risk. Ultimately, at the end of the day, the risk is to our ratepayers. They're the ones who have to foot the bill if something goes wrong. There's not a pot of money out there that exists without our ratepayers. At the end of the day, I feel our goal should be to, look under every rock to make sure that whatever decision we make, whether it's a decision or to move forward with something or a decision not to move forward with something, that it is well thought out. All the risks are completely understood, and also make sure the community understands that those risks are transferred onto their backs as ratepayers, because somebody has to pay for it. That's why I'm cautious about, making too many commitments. I think what was our next step is to, as far as looking at some sort of feasibility study.
Yeah, the next step, we did the feasibility study. The next step would be that business plan, and that's where we would find out what model would work best for us, the cost, those types of things.
Right.
Did we put any resources toward that already? I remember the meeting that we had last fall where we received the information from the feasibility study. And then our direction at the end of that meeting was to
Look at ways maybe to fund the business.
fund the
to find
business plan.
funding for the
Okay.
business plan.
That was my recollection, but I wasn't 100% sure. Because I believe in that feasibility study, we got a lot of feedback from the community about what they were willing to pay. Like,
Yeah,
if
feasibility-
broadband costs this much,
Yeah, they were asked if you were to pay this amount, would you be willing to get this much service or whatever? So they were offered a couple of pricing models that they answered the questions to. So
okay. Okay.
the question though is, what would be that model? And again, is it ownership? Is it partnership? Is it
Yeah.
some other model which would change that pricing structure?
Right. So that's a certain amount of money that we have not yet decided to spend.
So to kind of help seed the discussion and next incremental progress here, at the last workshops, as you pointed out, Director Finn and Vice President Laliotis, we had a presentation of the scoping and feasibility study. Board direction was to continue the process, pursue funding for the feasibility and business model. State funds have been fully subscribed and exhausted there, so staff is still working on that option. For the purpose of this exercise, this is the one initiative we didn't change, very little. And so in terms of the community circles, this may be a checking in with the community as to, with the new information over the last couple of years, is there any feedback from the community on their desire for us to continue to pursue this, and in what fashion or priority?
Yeah, as much as, these community circles clearly are designed for us to listen to the community, I also feel like we have some information to impart to the community. And it's hard to resist that, and it might even be necessary. Like, we have to be very clear-eyed at this point. We have gone down this path. We have collected a lot of information. We have sort of distilled it down, and now we're a little bit anxious that, we're not going to be able to deliver a out-of-the-box broadband solution for this community. That's not going to, so I don't want.
Well, but I think it's an opportunity to make sure the community is clear that we're still working on this.
Exactly.
And our goal is to get the funding for the next phase. That has not come to fruition yet, but we haven't abandoned it yet.
Right. I want the broadband soft landing is what I'm looking for.
Right. It's not going as we would hope, but we're not abandoning it, and it's still a strategic, strategic initiative in our plan. But it's it's a very complex animal, and we need to move forward we need the information that would come from that next phase.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
To effectively try and come up with some ideas.
Yeah.
or understand that it's just not going to work. But we need that. I feel like I need that next phase.
Yeah, me
to-
too.
To get better clarity on how we can be a partner to facilitating broadband in this community, whatever way we do it. And so at this point, in my opinion, we haven't abandoned it, but we need way more information.
I think we have enough to generate and facilitate the discussion with the community circles based on what we know to date and some of the new information we have in board feedback. So,
And
What kind of
Tony,
information do you want back from the community? All they're gonna say is, we want it.
yeah,
So what Brian was saying, it's more of a check-in. This is where we're at. We still need the business
Where we're at
plan.
is, like Tony said, it's the next phase. Cost,
Still
the
looking for
business
funding.
plan.
Yeah.
is it,
We need.
is it appropriate to ask if, when do you think we should abandon this one?
We'll see what,
I mean, I know it's ultimately our decision, but when would the community want us to say, we've analyzed it enough and it's just not feasible, let's put it on the back burner, or at this point, we're just going to abandon it until a future board wants to do it. And I know it's our decision to do that, but does the community have expectations of, if they need to make the hard decision to abandon it, at what point do they do that?
well, this is a small district and 60 billion, did you say, Scotty?
No, 60 million lost by the city of Alameda.
Which is plenty.
Yeah.
Because I was gonna say, if it's gonna be that costly for us, I mean, this community this district is small. How are we gonna recover that kind of money? And that's the next step, is the business plan and cost and that kind of stuff.
Well, I think we listen to the community. Staff still has direction to try and find funding, but at some point, that may not be feasible, and staff will come back and go, can't
That's
find the
when we
funding,
abandon it.
it's, here's what we need. Is this board willing to pay that amount of money to move this to the next phase? And that will be a decision we have to make in public.
Yep.
So I kind of feel like that's where we're at. But I think, hopefully we'll understand better about the community's position at this point in time. Not sure it was going to change much, but maybe it has.
Yeah.
But it's our opportunity, and it's all part of the process.
Yeah, it's a
I
check-in.
think the community is just gonna say, we want it. When is it coming in? When are you guys gonna put this thing in?
That's what I'm afraid
What
of.
else you gonna get from the community?
President Bender, I think we have enough information to come back to the board. I think we can put this,
We can move on to the next
absolutely.
we'll move on to the next.
initiative.
All right, next we have Mr. Poncelet with Service Reliability and Safety.
Good evening, President Bender and members of the board. So I'm here to talk about service reliability and safety. And again, this is the initiative that kind of morphed out of the original undergrounding of overhead electric, a very expensive project. And as we really went down that initiative and looked, we really thought and found that the motivation behind that original initiative was service reliability and safety. There's a lot of ways to achieve that in our wildfire mitigation plan, undergrounding being just one. So the broadening of the initiative covered that, really focused on the need for public partnerships in education, and then engineering best practices and prioritization to get that done. So we actually did 2 benchmarking activities with this initiative, one with City of Reading and Reading Electric Utility, and then one with the City of Roseville, where we had representatives from there as well, from Roseville Electric and the water. So actually, it was Reading that had both electric and water. So for Reading, we had Nick Zettel, their electric utility director, Nathan Aronson, who Assistant Director for Transmission and Distribution Assets, And then Chuck Auckland, who was Director of Public Works and really brought in the water perspective. For the district, we had Director Finn, Brian, Joe, Chad, myself, and then Pam Hobday from Pamela Hurd Associates. For Roseville, it was Amber Blix, the government relations supervisor, and Ozro Karuli, who was a senior power engineer. And again, similar staff and consultant list, we had Vice President Lyle Leotis for that initiative. So same 7 questions we'll go through again. Please share your experience with service reliability and safety, and what are you focusing on this area? Redden really talked about the wildfire mitigation plan, both the design and implementation as being very key for service reliability and safety, and that it's integrated in their strategic plans, in their capital plans, and in their operations. Roseville agreed with the design and implementation, and the overall theme was electric overhead system protection and hardening is key, along with prioritizing capital investments, maintenance, and operation practices to maximize the benefit to service reliability and safety with the resources that are available. What do you think are best practices for utilities in these areas? Redding talked about leveraging outside expertise and focusing on system hardening and prioritizing dollars again, including vegetation management. And they were clear for many utilities, undergrounding is not always the most cost-effective solution. Roseville, I said, identify the funding available and prioritize and optimize to get the best benefit for your community. Talk about leveraging industry expertise and partnerships, and benchmarking certainly an example of that. And then engage with the community and then also the legislative community in Sacramento and beyond to position for the future and really communicate, the realities of operating electric and water utilities. In general, electric overhead system hardening with most cost-effective solutions, and you really have to be strategic and prioritize. So what are you finding are cost and equity drivers? Redding talked about, again, overhead system hardening, more cost-effective than undergrounding. They did big investments in operational awareness and communications, and that was driven largely by their experience with the Carr Fire, which was a devastating, catastrophic wildfire that went through Redding. Talked about leveraging statewide JPAs and partners, and again, that's UAMPS, NCPA, CMUA. And Water agreed with the partnerships, and Water's focus on system hardening, was with multiple sources for water supply, but also backup generators when they don't have power. Roseville talked about their integrated resource plan and the processes and customer survey identified. And in that, they did a survey, and cost and reliability were the 2 biggest things that their customers were focused on. And then L&R for unfunded mandates is a significant part of cost increases. And the overall theme here is safety and reliability are key drivers, but it costs money. So what are you identifying as the risks and opportunities utilities are facing? Redding talked about themes that we've heard here before: supply chain, labor capacity, and unfunded mandates are major risk and cost drivers. Electric vehicles and electrification is both an opportunity and a risk. And they did identify the CARB Advanced Clean Fleets as a big risk to utilities today. And Water really agreed on the supply chain, labor, and L&R as major risks. Roseville talked about aging infrastructure and need to plan in capital maintenance and operations. Asset management was listed as an important tool for them in system reliability and safety. Again, electrification is big risk and opportunity, but you must plan, but it's hard to forecast future loads and profiles when, the future is clearly not looking like the past. The general theme was matching electrification, load growth, and fuel switch into resources and supply chain is critical. And we're kind of getting a teeny bit into resource planning here, which, how does that fit with system reliability and safety? But if you don't have the resources, you can't serve the customers, and so there's clearly a reliability component to that, and then being able to do it effectively. So what are the innovators in the industry strategizing? Reading, you must not forget reliability and affordability and be smart about new technologies. And again, on the electric resource side, should consider all electric resources and really talked about the need for long-term storage, talked about offshore wind that's coming, and then they are interested in the NuScale SMR project, but they talked about the fact that, regulatorily, California is yet to address how they're going to handle nuclear. Roseville was electrification and new technologies. You need to address the demand side in the final solution, and they talked about time of use and demand side management, those early tools. And then they did conduct an EV study with load growth forecasts, and then they also did a capacity and are doing more on that. They're developing capacity maps to try to match load growth with existing capacity at the substation and feeder level, and again, getting at that resource adequacy and matching load to growth. And the overall theme, need to be open, smart, and prepared for new electrification and technologies, forecasting customer demand profile, and matching supply to demand is both an opportunity and a risk. What are options for funding? Reading, went right to rates and bonding, but that's all, ultimately the community needs to pay. Some grants at state and federal, but a theme we'll hear is that they're limited, and again, not being disadvantaged is a challenge. And then they talked about leveraging financial expertise to create funding stream plans to match our capital and, long-term and revenue needs. Roseville talked about grants being out there, but targeted and hard to get if not disadvantaged. And then that many utilities really don't have the capacity to effectively chase grants, and with a limited pot of money and very competitive grant processes. And the general theme is its rates are the lion's share of funding. Anything we did not discuss, we asked. Reading, the theme was need to engage with customers and be open and transparent in the realities of operating electric and water utilities. Education is important, and that's a theme we've heard here and throughout the community. And the water utility really talked about the impacts of climate change to both water supply and hydroelectric. They're a very WAPA-dependent utility, and the loss of hydrogeneration in drought not only impacts water supply, but it impacts the electric utility as well. Roseville, they don't have the staff and resources to pursue all opportunities, but again, partnerships are key, and Roseville, again, offered to continue to work and partner with the district going forward. And a quote that I think summed it up pretty well is up there from Amber Blixt at Roseville. And that concludes my presentation.
Observations and ahas from the presentation.
Goes back to cost. And really, what are we, like, if we gave somebody $100, how would they divvy up the buckets? Is my thing.
And this is the one that morphed from the
Undergrounding.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think it was a really good morph.
right. No, I agree. Yeah.
But I think that'll still be the topic. That'll be brought up.
It will.
And, my feeling is, obviously, we want to understand
Sorry.
what community's interested in as far as this particular topic. I think they will talk about undergrounding. But I think, a lot of the stuff I heard, and I was on the call with Roseville, and a lot of information. I mean, I guess the more interesting part for me was where the discussion sort of morphed into more resource planning than necessarily, well, which has a nexus to service reliability, but, they were really, for me, my takeaways were really more towards, future load planning and the resource planning that kind of came out of that, but that we are now beginning to ramp up our own resource planning process. And I think another interesting thing came out of the discussion with Roseville was their EV strategy plan that they had kind of put together, which I thought, especially with us being a smaller community, but on a major transportation corridor, that we also need to begin to look a little more heavily into EV impacts and what our future could hold as far as what we would need to do to adapt to those changes.
Yeah. I think resource planning does have a direct link to reliability, right? I mean, especially greater California, we've been insulated a lot from the big ups and downs in demand, side things. We haven't, had to everybody turn off your lights all at once like the rest of the state did last summer. But I think, Tony, to your point about undergrounding, that's what people are going to bring up. I attended the Reading one, and my very last line on my notes was, what we should ask our customers is, what do you worry about? And that way we can address that worry. These are the things that we're doing to address the worry. Undergrounding was a thought that we had, but it doesn't, it's expensive as all get out. And there's lots of other things that we are doing. That was another takeaway from the session that I attended, was that we're doing a lot of really good work hardening our infrastructure and making this community safe from delivering electricity, right? A lot of the same things. Reading is a community that's very similar to us as far as their wildfire exposure, and they did experience a catastrophic, multiple catastrophic fires. Actually, if you've driven around Reading, there's a lot of devastation. So it was nice to see those areas of overlap, but to really, what are our customers worried about? What are they afraid is going to happen? And how can we address those fears? And is it an educational blitz? We have these, non-automatic reclosers and the wrapping the poles, and what sorts of things are we doing to prevent the little critters from getting electrocuted and causing a wildfire? Like all that plays right into our town, attitudes. Like, we're all about the environment. So if we can make them safe and protect the creatures, and, just education, and in response to what keeps them up at night about their electrical system.
Well, I guess that kind of begs a question, because I don't get the impression that there's a lot of Q&A going on in these communities. There's supposed to be going on in these community circles, but maybe I'm wrong. Because
we can structure it any way you want. So we can ask those sorts of questions. They can have discussions in, their tables of 10. We can then have summary and conclusions. They can do Slido with what they heard. I mean, we can get really creative. And it's just what you really want to hear from the community.
Yeah, so I think we have to sort of guide the community. I think we do have to ask them questions, because that's what we want to know. We want to know what they think about things, and we need to, I think, define those things a little bit for them, because I think a lot of times people feel put on the spot. Yeah. And if we can give them a little bit, think about this a little ahead of time and be prepared. If you're coming to this meeting, you're signing up for it, you're interested. Right. And
we're planning on sending out for everyone who's registered, one pager of how to be prepared and what questions to begin thinking about. But it has to be very scripted.
Also, on this particular initiative, we've provided kind of examples of two different utilities have taken two different approaches. And that's really valuable in the benchmarking process, because Roseville is largely underground already with their infrastructure, but it was done 25, 30 years ago, 40 years ago during their development and new construction and their planning. Reading is the opposite, more kind of similar to Truckee. They don't have exactly the same wildfire threat, but their emphasis is on overhead infrastructure hardening and reliability there. I mentioned earlier PG&E's approach of, looking at $20 billion investment for undergrounding. Edison, another big, giant investor-owned, went with insulated conductor approach. And so there's all these different approaches that are addressing some of the same issues. It's really about our community's priorities. If they were given a funding option, how would they want to prioritize that? And what they're prioritizing in terms of the goals of the program. Is it aesthetics? Is it wildfire protection? Is it reliability? The different focus areas. And so I think that's one of the things we could kind of craft the workshops towards, or the community circles. But is there anything the board particularly wants to hear back from the community in that arena?
Well, I do want to hear about what keeps them up at night. I do want to hear what they worry about. I do want to know the answer to those questions. This is just another little random thing that I've got in my notes that wasn't about money, and that there are direct pay provisions in the IRA, tax credits for stuff. So you get the money up front if you have a plan to build something that's going to make your system safer or more reliable. That was something. I don't know if I want to know anything about from our customers about it, but I was just staring me in the face right here. I'm like, oh yeah, that was really cool. Something to think about.
And on another side, I mean, I don't think it's only about hardening our overhead lines, but is our water system beefed up enough that if a fire does happen, are we able to provide enough of the fire hydrants? And do we have enough water flow going to these fire hydrants in order to fight fires? So that's the other side of us too. But I like what do you worry about and what keeps you up at night? What would you put your money towards to help you sleep at night?
Say that, huh?
Okay. Thank you.
There's a lot of notes on that one.
Hey, we just knocked that one out. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Yeah, right. 1 hour in.
Okay, we'll go faster.
That one was a lot faster. Joe.
Good evening, President
Next.
Bender and
Next.
board members. This is the net carbon reduction initiative, and this initiative came out of the combination of the 100% clean renewable and the local clean generation initiatives. Some of the possible items for consideration under this initiative include things like setting carbon reduction goals, expanding this initiative beyond energy procurement, and a successor net metering program. We had 2 partners for this topic and 2 Zoom meetings with UAMPS and NCPA. We had executive staff in attendance from both organizations. From UAMPS, we had Mason Baker, CEO and General Manager, Jackie Coombs, Kelton Anderson, Matt Hastings, all senior management. From the district, we had President Bender, Brian Wright, Stephen Poncelet, and Pam Hobday. From UAMPS, we had Randy Howard, the General Manager, Jane Circencioni, the Assistant GM for Legislative and Regulatory Affairs, Scott Tomaszewski, and Emily LeMay, again, Senior Management. From the district, we had Director Finn, Brian Wright, myself, Stephen Poncelet, and Pam Hobday. So going to the first question, please share your experience with net carbon reduction and what are you focusing on in this area. NCPA, community solar is with storage is an option worth considering. This allows those without a roof or other resources to participate in local clean solar generation. And a few utilities within the NCPA membership are 100% carbon-free, but this does require over-procurement of resources. And an example there is Palo Alto, who are procuring at the rate of 126% to be 100% clean. This over-procurement comes at a higher cost, which needs to be accepted by customers. SMUD is using carbon capture to achieve their goals, but this is still a technology in the early stages of development. Hydrogen and/or small modular reactors will be necessary options in order to maintain reliability and affordability. The issue here is baseload operation or dispatchable generation. Most renewables are intermittent in nature, and so carbon-free dispatchable sources will be required. Smart panels and other emerging technologies, behind-the-meter technologies. This technology will be critical to manage costs. One example is by shifting time of use on the TOU side to manage peak use and cost, or to turn off circuits in the case of smart electric panels. UAMPS, the future is more carbon-free resources, not just for California, but across the West. Market price volatility is driving a refocus on carbon reduction goals versus 100% renewable goals. Utilities are transitioning to carbon reduction goals versus renewable energy goals, and this transition, is being driven by transmission access issues. New wind and solar projects are being pushed out in time by the need to build new transmission lines to reach these areas. Question number 2, what do you think are best practices for utilities in these areas? For NCPA, resource ownership versus contracts is important for controlling costs. So with resource ownership, the advantage is the ability to directly control costs of that source, whereas most contracts or PPAs are for shorter terms and are less helpful with regards to a longer-term strategy. Energy resource diversity. Don't tie yourself to that one technology. Diversity of resources is a priority, and also diversity of location is also important too. Integrated resource planning, forecasting load and developing energy plans. The IRP allows us to have a roadmap and a plan, and then finally work with your community both to educate and to understand their needs. For UAMPS, avoiding risk and associated with aspirational goals without a roadmap to success, and again, integrated resource plan, cost of service analysis, rate studies offer solid planning data. This is similar to NCPA comments. IRP and COSA allows utilities to have a roadmap and a plan. And I should also mention UAMPS, like the district, has engaged a consultant to develop an integrated resource plan for UAMPS as a whole. Question number 3, what are you finding are cost and equity drivers? For NCPA, energy affordability is a major issue for their members. Renewable energy credits in California have reached a cost of $45 per megawatt hour, and this compares to a cost of about $10 to $15 only a few years ago. Transmission costs in the CAISO system are climbing fast. Currently, they're at $30 a megawatt hour, and they're projecting to be $40 a megawatt hour by the end of 2030. Almost all NCPA members have gone to their boards and community with significant rate increases. Many members have increased rates or added power cost adjustments, surcharges, or have done both. And several new cost equity proposals are being considered. There is the CPU discussion on income-based rates being considered for investor-owned utilities at this moment only. NCPA favors the energy allocation based on a kilowatt hour per person or a tiered rates based on usage. Rooftop solar and efficiency programs require owner participation, and these programs aren't available to a tenant. These programs have the net effect of reducing load behind the meter, and so that's highly advantageous for a utility. It defers the need for new generation incrementally. The disadvantage is that it is not available to all customers. For UAMPS, the The cost of transition to renewable and carbon-free energy is going to be much greater than projected a few years ago, and additional planning studies are needed. This transition cost is greatly affected by the cost to build new transmission lines. Seeing the rapid transition to renewable energy having economic disruptions to communities and other industries, these disruptions or unintended consequences of shutting down coal plants, while not a concern in the Truckee area, but a very real, very much a reality in many Western communities within the UAMPS membership. Significant investments in transmission infrastructure are required to integrate carbon-free resources, and this is because wind and geothermal resources, and to a lesser extent solar, are geographically constrained for utility scale needs to those areas like Nevada and Wyoming and New Mexico, Arizona, and new transmission is required for those facilities, and new transmission is many years out. Opt-in community solar will offer equitable access to those without a roof, and this is in line with NCPA comments about community solar allowing participation for a wide range of customers. What are you identifying as the risk and opportunities utilities are facing? For NCPA, small modular reactors and hydrogen generation are strong opportunities for the coming years. Small modular reactors and hydrogen generation will be necessary to achieve being 100% carbon-free. The risk is that they are not yet officially recognized as carbon-free resources by the state. Dispatchability is also a major concern. Wind and solar cannot be dispatched, but baseload resources are required to achieve that carbon-free future. And California load growth, due to electrification and EV initiatives, will require double the energy resources by 2030. The amount of EV charging demand growth, particularly in transient communities and/or transportation corridors, is uncertain. But those in transportation corridors like Truckee along Interstate 80 will need to consider planning for large-scale charging resources. For UAMPS, regulatory efforts are creating market volatility and negative impacts to POUs. And those regulatory efforts are those efforts that are leading to a high demand for natural gas and the corresponding increase to electric generation costs. Planning for decarbonization is a key to mitigate cost inequities. Specifically, things like using an IRP to develop long-term plan at a correct pace is a key to mitigating risk. UAMP sees that a major risk of decarbonization is the transition from less expensive and more reliable to more expensive and less reliable resources. Opportunities to set a future resource mix for the next 30 to 40 years and bring the community along is important, and a short-term vision is risky. And again, the IRP and Integrated Resources Plan will help achieve that long-term planning perspective. Question 5, what are the innovators in the industry strategizing? For NCPA, it was resource diversity, technology, and locations. That resource diversity is a key to a robust portfolio, diversify. Behind-the-meter technologies and smart panels and dispatchable EV resources, these have the net effect of reducing load, which helps defer the need for new generation. NCPA staff is working on RFPs to help their members with this technology. And then forecasting transmission needs. The reality is that there is a 10 to 15 year construction window for transmission projects. There is a lot of industry and government concern with transmission, both from a cost and planning perspective. New generation can come online in 5 years, but transmission takes 10 to 15 years to come online. For UAMPS, innovators are looking into long-term energy storage solutions. One item they mentioned was hot rock heat storage coupled with or combined with geothermal generation. And battery storage, and this was with regards to lithium-ion technology. Battery storage is an emerging technology for utility scale. It's in use, but it is currently not a long-term storage solution. It's still limited to that 2 to 4 hour window. And then time of use rates are critical in changing energy use behavior. And as a side note, the district is studying time of use rates with our cost of service analysis consultant. Existing energy infrastructure for most utilities was not designed for EV penetration. And so strategizing how best to use existing infrastructure will be an important area for most utilities to study. Number 6, what do you think the options are for funding? For NCPA, they emphasize direct pay provisions with the federal government is a major new tool. These are similar to the investment tax credits and production tax credits that were available, but they were only available to private parties and not to public utilities. But direct pay provisions are available to publicly owned POUs, and they allow us to achieve those savings as well. And so NCPA's recommendation was to, or comment was to take advantage of ownership opportunities. Grant opportunities with the Inflation Reduction Act with IRA. Leverage JPA memberships. We are stronger together. Of course, they're preaching to the choir here, a side comment, because we are an NCPA and a UAMPS member. And then that JPA grant writers are available. And then for UAMPS, UAMPS also mentioned the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, includes some funding for renewable projects. However, the funding is often prioritized for disadvantaged communities. And then number 7, anything we did not discuss that you want to add? For NCPA, some members are interested in small modular reactor technologies. And this is creating L&R, legislative and regulatory discussions on current restrictions in California and the future of this generation resource. The SMRs may be viable to increase carbon-free portfolio, but compliance issues are unknown. Education for the community is critically important as it relates to carbon reduction goals. And then wildfire mitigation and the lack of insurance availability is also a major concern. And that concludes my presentation.
Observations, AHA's recommendations.
Edumacation. I think that's a key one for this one, you know, just with our community's concerns, Krista's concerns about small modular nuclear reactors, you know, what's viable right now with the climate crisis going on right now? What can we do right now to solidify our diversified portfolio in the future? So I think just education is key for going into the community circle for this, you know, hey, so I think that's where we were lacking before. And then, you know, just what, and then really presenting realistic alternatives and having that real information, or not just real information, that's not the right word, but just
Accurate information, information.
Accurate
And actually being able to weigh the gravity of the threats, you know, is
Right.
the threat of climate change is
Is that greater than the threat of dealing with small modular nuclear reactor
that way.
waste?
And we
you know?
have a hard time parsing those.
Right.
You know, we have a hard time accurately assessing threat at this moment in time.
And we're getting hit with a lot of climate stuff right now, so it's pretty
It's rising
darn
in
intense.
people's, yeah, they're starting
It's-
to understand
Right,
more what it is and what that means.
yeah.
Yeah.
And then another, just an aha for tonight, transmission versus generation, and then just that creation, that timeline comparison. I thought that was a pretty good aha, Joe, so thank you. Just that, those timelines, they're still out there. Hey, we've just doubled our EV charging use, 40% here, 100% here, there, and then, so, I mean, I just feel like we're at the beginning of this exponential growth of EV, and then we're gonna slap on electrification on top of that, and I mean, it's like, okay, well, we're not going to have the transmission to deliver this power that we want to buy, that we're actually buying for another 15 plus years. So it's like, holy, oh dear.
I think, yeah, I mean, the aha for me in this whole process is understanding that, we're chasing these goals, and there are a lot of options for renewable and carbon-free, but ultimately, our load is going to be doubling.
That was a big 2030.
Yeah,
right?
our load is going to be doubling. I mean, I think it's safe to say our load is going to be increasing significantly through EVs, electrification, all this stuff. And no matter what, there may not be enough carbon-free resources out there to support that. We need to be open to more carbon-free resources because we're going to need more resources no matter where they come from. And so I'm beginning to come to the conclusion that, we need every tool in the toolbox to be prepared for what's coming. So, and I think we've always been in a unique situation where we're situated and where we get our power from. That we have the abilities and our partnerships, that we have the abilities to procure all those tools to be in the toolbox. But I think, to your point, Jeff, I think we need to approach this, and we need to educate the community that we need to have our eyes open, because we can't, we have to be open to available resources. To meet our goals and to meet our future load. So.
I'm going to pipe up. Yes, all of those things are true. And we're going to have growth that we're going to have a hard time meeting. But I also, some of the aha moments for me during this benchmarking session, and I was in the NCPA one, was that they're now sort of considering that you should have approximately 15% of your resource mix located within your service territory. I'd never heard that being tossed around. Right. So that goes right to our local generation. We are having a hard time, right, because we're not appropriate for a lot of generation opportunities. And it's interesting to me because I feel like we might be circling back to community solar, which it wasn't a good fit for us 4 or 5 years ago. But if we're addressing new load and we're looking hard at our time of use rates, and if we're thinking of charging EVs during the daytime, and if we added, how much solar is too much solar? We understand that we curtail solar here in California on occasion. We have more than, however, we are ramping up demand. Therefore, that solar is not going to be curtailed for very long. We just signed we are now owners in a solar plant in, Arizona, which is providing approximately 10% of our load, around that. We have 5% distributed solar on rooftops here. We have hit our cap for our first solar net metering, blah, blah, blah. whatever, yes, thank you. I'm like, thing? It's a thing. So that total, we have 15% solar in our portfolio approximately right now. If we add another 15% in a community solar that both NCPA and UAMPS said, with battery storage, is 30% solar a dangerous amount of solar to have? But if some of that's local, which means it's sited within we don't have to worry about transmission crowding either. So we have some storage, we have, I don't know. I think there's a lot of pieces that that can kind of help us move forward through all this sort of rocky territory moment. And the cost of solar is going down and down and down. It's not a more expensive resource. It's the cheapest energy going right now, and prices will continue to fall. The economics are ridiculous. So that was just right now, those pieces of puzzles are like, okay, all of these things, these are what both of those benchmarking sessions brought up, and which were surprising to me, because we've, resources located within your service territory was not something that was in a conversation 5 years ago at all. So the things that I would like to hear from our community, this is in relation to the initiative, which is net zero. Does our community understand what net zero carbon is? What are we trying to do? Are we reducing our greenhouse gas emissions? What else could that mean? Do they have an understanding of what we're trying to do? Things like wetlands restoration, what does that overarching commitment mean to this community? Do they have thoughts on that or know even what we're talking about? New rate structures, floating conversations about that. We're doing everything that NCPA and UAMPS talked about doing in these benchmarking sessions. We do have an IRP pending. We do have a cost of service study pending. Things like the CPUC discussing income-based rate structure is like very, very different. That is very different. I would love to hear what our community thinks of such a radical idea. Having cost of service be capped at 1% of your income. That's right, that's crazy. But why is it crazy? Why is it crazy? Why is a progressive tax structure crazier than a regressive tax structure? I don't know. I'd like to hear that from the community. So those are questions that I have. Do they understand what we're trying to accomplish? Are we agnostic about power supplies? Are we, again, staying open to that? Community solar with battery, if we came back to that, would there be, what does that really look like? Would they be supportive of that? Would they be supportive of small nuclear reaction if we, with an educational process saying like, listen, we are going to need every single tool. We're going to need all of these, I think. But are people open to new rate structures? Do we know what net zero is? And there was a lot of notes on that. So I'll be done now, because there's probably plenty for going on with. I'm sorry. Opportunities for funding. It came up in this one, and I had it in my notes from my other. But the tax credits from the IRA to actually build infrastructure, which is what we do. We build infrastructure. If there's tax credits that everybody can take advantage of, that's a pretty huge change as well for public utilities to take advantage of, not just privately owned utilities, which is how it's been in the past. So a lot of interesting stuff is happening right now.
And with the infrastructure, are we set up to be able to provide it for the new vehicles that are coming through that we're required to purchase for our fleet? So there's that kind of next step. So, and once again, I'll go back to if you have $100, where do you want to see this? Some of it's going to be regulation and educating people on what the regulations are and coming down the pipeline. And
These things are happening.
And then everything that they said.
And I had one more question, which was, what does our distribution system look like when there is no transmission? Like if Nevada Energy does a PSOM, even if we had generation within our community, could we move it around at all?
Yes, Director Finn. We could, if it was, if there was battery storage associated with it, we could serve load, but it would have to be it would have to be localized to that area where the battery storage was located.
Okay, and I consider these things, I don't expect the whole town of Truckee. This is an emergency situation, and, 4 hours of battery storage is better than none. If you've got an hour over whatever. So, that's another thing I think that our community needs to understand, is when we're talking about this sort of reliability situation, the plan is not to create local generation to be able to power the town of Truckee for indefinitely. Like, that is, again, the finances are never going to look right for that. But for resilience, to survive a power outage of 3 to 4 days, which is kind of a worst case scenario, PSOM, I think that could be done with solar battery, and specifically sited near the rec center, where people could come and charge their things and get hot or get cold or whatever, the season calls for. I think there's room still for improvement. Okay.
There's always room for improvement.
That's right. There is always room for improvement. You are correct.
I think this is more of a listening to the community topic. There are no answers right now. It's understanding where this community is on certain topics, and I think then us going back to the drawing board and drawing up some educational processes to sort of help guide the community, answer some questions, and start moving towards figuring out our own goals.
Yeah, and we have a boatload of information coming our way this fall. Like, there's a whole bunch of things that are new information for us, education for us as the board, which I'm excited about.
I think we have some really good feedback here. I really appreciate. And I think Vice President Laliotis, you kind of summarized it perfectly, as this is really a listening initiative on things like rate structures, power portfolios, kind of the receptiveness or tolerance for different types of technologies, the discussions about local generation, what that really looks like. So I think this is a good example of, and we have enough here to really facilitate that discussion.
Cool. Thank you.
One more.
Ah, one more. I was like, oh, how many are left? So you answered my question. I didn't even have to ask it. Thank you.
Chad's always very brief.
I'll do my best to not disappoint. As the last initiative here tonight, I have the local watershed stewardship that I get to report on. Our partner that we were able to talk with or to review this with was Placer County Water Agency. They had 3 different staff members that were able to attend. Maria Davis, who is a geologist and management consultant, Darren Righteous, who is the director of resource management, and Tony Frenzy, who is the director of the strategic affairs. From the district, we had Vice President Laliotis and Director Harris, Mr. Ponsoy, and Ms. Hobday, and myself. So one of the very first, please share your experience with the local watershed stewardship and what you are focusing on in this area. One of the things that was very fascinating that they talked about first was moving away from the top-down regulation and to that of the local solutions. They talked about they got to the point that they had legislative actions going, or litigations going back and forth on some of the different aspects of things going on down there, and it just was not beneficial at all. And in the end, they decided to move away from this and go to that of a water forum, which allowed them to focus on these 3 different approaches. That of the partnerships and focus on their partnerships, the best science, and long-term stability. One of the things that really helped to drive this was the King Fire. And during the King Fire, they had talked about watershed stewardship before, and they'd even had projects, things of that nature. But when that came, or when it came through there, it was abundantly clear that major fires like this are beneficial to no one, and that they needed to take action. They needed to get going and keep moving down this path. Number 2 is, what do you think are the best practices for utilities in these areas? One of the very first things they talked about is that they had past projects, but by formalizing it and kind of what you guys are doing right now by making this an initiative, by actually making it a direct mission, it was able to be brought up and discussed and formal and much more productive. They also talked about identifying stakeholders, making sure they had the right people there at the table, making sure that the stakeholders were able to come together and freely discuss about science and about the different methods that needed to be put forth. And lastly, where you put your money is where your concerns are. You have to put some budget there if you're going to actually move this initiative along. Third question that we asked is, why are you finding costs, or what are your finding, I'm gonna read it from down here, apparently I need my glasses. What are you finding are cost and equity drivers? One of the things they talked about, now just to help you set the basis, Placer County does a lot with surface water. So they talked a lot about the healthier the watershed, it had a great reduction in the long-term treatment cost. This brought up some interesting questions by Vice President Loyotis that we'll discuss here in just a second, but talking about or making sure that you have that nexus and that you're able to tie this to something. And they also talked about with the less lawsuits and without that litigation going on, they had more resources that were available to go forth and do what they were hoping to do. I liked the part that they talked about by bringing these partners together, they were able to kind of remove the proverbial blinders that so often we get. We get these little pet projects. We think, oh, I'm going to do this, and we're able to just stay on this one aspect of things, instead of looking at the entire basin wide, saying, what is best for this community? What is best for that? And it might not even be in our sphere of influence, so to say, but what is best? And by looking at these projects and growing them, you're able to look at a more holistic approach or going about it. In our current strategic plan, there is our environmental and social justice model, which I felt like tied directly to this reliability and equity, which is that we're a cost of service district. Everything we do is based off of that cost of service, and that all of our customers are seeing the same access to the same benefits for the same cost. So if we're doing something with regards to the basin over here, it is directly is equity to everyone across the entire district. And I liked where they went with that, and I liked that they tied that nexus between the two, and that you're able to really show how everyone can benefit from something of this nature. Number 4, what are you identifying as the risks and opportunities utilities are facing? Obviously, some of the risks are with the fires and with some of the magnitude of some of these fires, the risks to the infrastructure and watershed. With these massive fires that are sweeping through, it obviously impacted the watershed and what was going on there. Another risk was, again, talking about pet projects. If we get blinded and we just keep our vision too small, we're not able to see the true big picture. We're not able to help the community as a whole. There's always the legislation and regulation, unfunded liabilities, or the unfunded legislation that's been coming forth. It's a problem that we've seen. It's a problem that we know is going to go forth. The last that they talked about was grant funding. By growing these projects, you made yourself more available to grants. Even with the lack of disadvantaged communities, you were able to have more access to more grants by growing these projects and bringing additional people in. It made me think of Donner Creek. The Donner Creek Restoration Project that we have going on initially started off with just one small expanse. By growing that project, they're able to take on much larger area to the point of almost the entire creek at this point. That's the type of projects that we need to keep seeing going. That's the type of things that will be very beneficial to the district. Number 5 was, what are the innovators in the industry strategizing? Again, that we need to make sure that as we grow these partners, as we grow and collaborate on these different projects, it creates a more holistic approach. It creates a much more holistic avenue in going forth. They talked about something that I'm going to talk on question number 7 of the partner and collaborate. And what does it mean to partner versus that of collaboration? And I really like the quote that is going to be here at the end. And we're going to get into that a little bit more on 7. But they talked about a biomass project, biomass for producing energy. And they went through this looking at it, and it was not effective for them. It was not a cost-effective project. However, they said nothing is off the table. Everything's got to be on the table. And I really like the last comment that was made by Vice President Laliotis of, we got to look in our toolbox. We got to make sure we're utilizing all of our tools. Now, I know that was within a different initiative, but I felt like it fit here too. Due to the scalability and the infrastructure that needs to be associated with these biomass projects, it just didn't work for them. However, one of the big points that they had is nothing's off the table when it comes to this watershed stewardship. Number 6, what do you think are options for funding? They talked about the public-private partnerships, and we have a great example of that here with the CTA. They were able to leverage some private partnerships and get some money that helped them to get legs to move on their mission and to keep going forth. That type model is something that they said was very productive and was very helpful moving forward. They talked about the climate resiliency monies not necessarily aren't with the budgets and with some of the different issues that are going on, they're not probably going to be as available as what we would hope for. But they did talk about that we need to make sure and establish this nexus. And this is the question that I referenced earlier that Vice President, Laliotis talked about. He talked about the idea of, I see how this would affect surface water, but what about groundwater? How are some of these major fires affecting that of the groundwater? He went to a part that they jumped on with right away and said, absolutely, you have to establish a clear nexus between these projects and your mission. With where the monies are coming from, you can't have this big stretch. You're going to lose the confidence of your constituents or of the customers. You need to make sure that there is a clear path that ties the two things together. And I couldn't agree more with that. I thought it was very pertinent as we were going through this, and they kept bringing up different things of this nature of making sure that nexus is there as and that it ties to your mission. Some of the number 7, anything we did not discuss that you want to add. I wasn't here for the last strategic plan. However, some of the takeaways that I felt like I kept hearing throughout this over and over is we need to identify partnerships. Partnerships are, and I liked what they said partnerships have a mutual risk. Somebody that's there with you with a mutual risk that is also able to act and bring the money. If they don't have the money, they're not a partner. And they talked about collaboration is great, but they're not looking to collaborate with things. They need partners. Partners have money, and they have a mutual risk that's associated with this. They also talked about making sure that you see the larger picture, that it is basin-wide, that it is not something that is very small and insignificant, or that it's a pet project or something of that nature, and that it affects the health of the entire watershed. And to make sure and utilize all your available resources that are there. The last part that I had with regards to the benchmarking that it was really neat was sometimes it's tough to know, are you on your own island, so to say, of going down your own path? And that benchmarking really, on all the ones I was able to participate with, really brought home that we're going down some good paths. We're able to look at some of these projects like we did, or was said earlier with Donner Creek and with the CTA, what they've been doing. And we're able to look at all these different things and see we're going down a good path. There was a lot of head nodding as I would sit there and watch the different faces in the Zoom windows going, absolutely, yeah, type, in agreement with this. The quote that I thought was great was, "We don't look to collaborate, we look to partner." And partners have, again, a similar problem and have the money. So any questions at this point?
We'll open it up for if the board'd like to kind of contribute the ahas from this benchmarking activity for watershed stewardship.
I can be really brief, I'll just. No, the thing I would like to hear from our customers is that, do they recognize the interconnection of all these initiatives? You know, like you said, if we have watershed management as one of our initiatives, how does that serve them? You know, in my thinking, it serves them through, you know, increasing our safety, which increases our reliability, increasing the health of our whole water system. So just that all of our initiatives, except for broadband is its own little creature, but all the others really are extremely interconnected. And I want to understand if our customers understand that. And, you know, and watershed health also goes right to net carbon reduction. I mean, it's a sink. We need sinks as much as we need new generation and new transmission.
Unless it's all
And all the
local.
other things.
Yeah.
Yeah, this will be an interesting one to see what the community is interested in
Yeah.
learning about or knowing about. I think it's you know, that's where I was kind of questioning. I'm like, well, how do we fit into this whole watershed thing, you know, from a direct electric and water utility, because it's more of an environmental initiative for, you know, a lot of different things. It has an impact on groundwater, but not, you know, not as direct as surface water. So I'm curious what educational pieces we can take out of listening to the community to see where we can help educate and maybe come up with some of our own ideas on what we can do to help. I mean, the GMP is, you know, is huge, you know, and what we've been doing with that and our partnerships there. I mean, it's a great example of it, and it could stand alone as what we do for our own watershed management, but I think there's more out there. So I'm curious to hear what the community has to say, but, you know, the second part is conservation, right? Which we've beat to death for the last 5 to 10 years.
We're going to beat it to death even more.
I know, but ultimately it's like, well, it was funny because a neighbor kid through his Boy Scouts, you know, his dad asked me to come over and talk to him about some of these things. He goes, well, what can we do to protect our watershed? And I've been doing this for a long time, and I was like, use less water. You know, I mean, it's like it's an easy answer, and we do it well. We can do it better, but at the end of the day, from a groundwater perspective, conservation is our biggest tool.
Yeah, just with hearing you talk, I agree that, you know, being environmental stewardship, stewards of, you know, of the environment to protect it. You know, this year we got a taste of what happens when you have a lot of water. If you're out hiking, you see a ton of wildflowers out there, and all the rivers are rushing, and so it's a nice balance from the droughts we've had to really see what can happen. So hopefully it can help inspire people to conserve and you know, ensure that our watershed is intact.
I don't know if I have anything to add.
Conservation, they already said that.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, our tree trimming contracts, I think, contribute to that watershed preservation. It'll cut down some of it anyway.
Mm-hmm. clear as mud.
Clear as, clear watershed.
Clear is crystal clear groundwater.
The best water right from the tap.
Right.
Thinking about how we could do some sort of a model that shows an interconnectedness, in what we send out in advance with these three initiatives, with broadband staying separate, for them to start thinking about that. So really good suggestions. Brian?
Yeah, I like the nexus or the inclusion of conservation in this overall watershed stewardship, because one of the things we could gain from the public are we offering the tools and education for water conservation, that they understand what they can do and what they accomplish. We've been inundated for decades with the low flow shower head, but what else can we do out there in terms of behavior change and things like that in the name of environmental and watershed stewardship? So I like that approach. I think we have some good material here.
Cool. Thank you.
Thanks, John.
I think, President Bender, where we were headed next is, any other outcomes that you're thinking of as a board. You've given us a lot of information. It's good. It's really great. I think we can start putting some things together. Are there any rankings you want to see? Maybe we'll brainstorm it and come up with some and get your input.
What do you mean by rankings?
Well, like ranking potential new generation
Yes.
options, geothermal, solar batteries, SMRs.
Right. Or what they understand or not. We could do,
Are you talking about ranking things within these initiatives, or are you talking about sort of revisiting the ranking of the initiatives themselves?
no, I was thinking the former, but we could do the latter too. When you think about future decision-making, what would be the most helpful for you? The last time we did, do their prioritization on these, after we, educated and had discussion.
I mean, that might come through organically by how many people participate in each circle.
I need to think about that just a tiny bit.
Yeah, good. Just get back to us. That'd be great. There's a lot to think about, and just let us know. President Bender, what are you thinking?
I'm just rereading all those things again, just like. Yeah. Don't have an answer. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess my gut is that some of the answers will come out of the process.
Yeah.
And that we just need to, focus on things that are relevant and people are interested in. And yeah, I'm not sure there's really, I guess while it'd be nice to be structured, I also feel like there's a bit of just wanting this process to sort of be natural and, and
That fine, little structure,
right.
not too much structure.
Yeah, no, I don't want to drive the process. I want it necessarily. But I think things that will come out of that may be worthy of talking about ranking, and other things just may not be worth ranking.
Right.
Things. I think it's kind of a wait and see.
And how much, preliminary material are you kind of envisioning?
Well, first we have to, after tonight, all of us meet and start brainstorming, how are we going to put this process together? And then what is the pre-information, knowing that most people don't read it until they get to a community meeting. We'll still send it out, but we'll have it there, and everything happens there in that hour and a half.
So it can't be too much.
No.
What is that? Too long did not read. I learned that from Poncelet. I was like, what is that? Oh, yeah.
But we've done a lot of these community meetings and input, so there are lots of tricks in our bag.
To keep it brief, but super informative and.
And highly engaged, and
Yeah, engaging them.
yes,
I don't want resounding silence.
Yes,
Okay,
yeah.
that's the schedule.
right.
Okay.
Well, thanks to staff for your presentations tonight.
Yes, thank you.
You bet, all yours.
Okay, here are the community circles. Now I'm doing my rah-rah.
Oh, there you
You
go.
guys, I've been passing these out everywhere I am. Please do the same. There are even some people who are interested in doing neighborhood walks and knocking on doors and passing these out. They are really excited. The feedback about the community circle and the image, thanks to Alex and Stephen, you talk, we listen, together we act. That's a change from how some people viewed the general plan. I've talked with Jen Calloway about this. She loves this, is just so supportive about it. And so whatever meetings, wherever you are, talk about this, and Alex is going to deliver to you, she's just having lots reproduced. And we'll make sure through Brian and Shauna that we get stacks to you so that wherever you are, just say, we really want you to come to these meetings. Okay? Okay.
Will people be able to participate even if they can't attend in person?
We have a makeup session and we talked about whether we should have a Zoom if they can't, but we don't recommend that.
So in order for us to listen, they have to attend.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I hear you're going, but at the same time, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 sessions, so.
And they can come to any.
Come to any, doesn't necessarily mean they have to be part of their organization. So
Right.
I feel good enough that there's opportunities to work within people's schedules. It's after school starts, so I think we should be pretty well covered.
And we have 2 Sunday afternoon meetings. That has not been done before in this community.
I was just going to schedule some wine tastings on Sunday afternoons because I'm like, Sunday afternoons are free. Not anymore.
Not anymore.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Okay, and Spanish translation will be provided, and the cards are in Spanish as well.
Yeah. Mine's Spanish.
Yeah, there you go, Diego. Oni es solamente en español.
See,
So that's everything we have tonight on this presentation. There is, I believe, a card in front of you with the community circles. We're going to have more stock available later on this week. We're waiting for the printing cycle to come through. If you want more of them to hand out, please let us know, and we'll provide more of those. We'll continue to provide them at our public engagements. And then if you have any other kind of ahas that come to you, or you start to process this a little more, feel free to contact me directly, and we'll make sure we include that in the kind of facilitation of each of these community circles. Great information, great feedback. Really appreciate the board's participation in this process.
Thanks so much for all your good ideas.
And was there any public input on it, Shauna? Or out there in the field?
I think they're all asleep.
Yeah, I think so. So at least we called for
Mr.
public
President.
comment.
oh,
No.
we're going on to 17 now.
Item 17. Do we want to
Isn't
take
it?
5?
You want to take a small break?
Yeah, let's do that. Yes.
Yeah, this would be
Yeah.
good time.
Poor Mike's been waiting.
Yeah, Mike's like, wait a minute.
This is a big break. This is just a small
one from the website.
Hey, we're all here.
Well,
We're here. We're Mike, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
All right. Let's do number 17, please.
All right. Good evening, President Bender, members of the board. This is item 17. Have some great news for you.
you found the 30 grand.
District Code, this is a requirement of District Code to present semi-annual financial results. This is a mid-year review for 2023. We'll do the full year in around March of 2024. This first slide is the punchline for the electric utility, and I'm going to run down the four components here and then the net activity results. Operating revenues for a budget of almost $34 million. It's 56% of budget year to date. That's driven in large part due to incremental sales and kilowatt hours to our customers due to primarily to the type of winter that we had for the first 5 months of 2023. The sales in June were actually down compared to 2022 in volume. Forecasting for the year, $35.4 million or 4% over budget, conservatively there. Purchase power, as you know, had struggles in the second half of 2022 as well as January of 2023. I have a slide on that next. Running 57% of budget and forecasted to be 109% for the year over budget, 9%. Operating expenses are pacing slightly ahead of half the year at 54% instead of 50%, and forecasted to come in right at $14 million or 1% over budget. The other cash flow items, this includes capital and debt service and transfers between funds, is less than budget, which is, the budget was a $6 million negative outflow and forecasted as $3.8 million net outflow. And that's driven in large part due to the rate reserve transfer that we did in April. So the net result for budget is $49,000 favorable, so break even, net zero, if you will. And then the forecast for the year is $2,350,000. But again, that includes the rate reserve. If you exclude that rate reserve transfer, the net forecast is unfavorable, $59,000 to that $49,000. Actual results may vary. Speaking of purchase power, this chart on the left-hand side is the cost per megawatt hour from UAMPS, our main power supply source, from various sources within UAMPS, but this is the net cost through our UAMPS supplies. And you can see in the very top section in the middle there, the December and January costs that were significantly over expectations. You can also see that previous to that, things were running a bit high. And now, starting in February, they've continued to drop favorably, which is great news for the district and our ratepayers. Red Mesa is certainly a significant component of this as well. It's producing a significant percentage of our portfolio of the UAMPS mix every month, and so that's been very favorable. On the right is year-to-date. Those are bars. The gold bar is 2023 sales in billed KWH for the last, and then to the left is the last 4 years prior. So again, that's driven by the weather we had the first 5 of the 6 months. Electric reserves balances. The top section is restricted funds, and the main component there is about 6.6 million in debt proceeds. So we issued debt proceeds and received project funds of 6.5 million. We've earned some interest. They're at 6.6. We need to spend that money within the next year and a half or so, and we have a plan to do that. In the designated section there's vehicle reserves. The largest bar there is capital reserves. At 11.4 million. And that has built up. The target balance is in that $6 to $7 million range, 1 year of annual expenses. It's built up due to delays in certain projects. We had budgeted to build a corp yard, that was going to be offset by the debt proceeds in the top section there. But we also had the remodel of the modernization of this building for about $3 million in budget. And we had the outside of this building for another $1.5 million. We had $1.5 million in SCADA reliability that's been delayed, and the Martis Valley sub, which was about $1.8 million budgeted. Those will recycle back into the next budget cycle that we do for 24-25. Let's see. And then the rate reserve, that has gone down from year end at 6.8 to 4.8 due to the rate reserve transfer that we did in April. And then operating reserve is currently at 8 million. That number does ebb and flow throughout the year. So that's not by any means our forecasted ending balance. It'll be closer to the 6.6 million. Water utility. So moving on to water utility, budgeted revenues are almost 18 million, forecasted to do the same, 1% over. Operating expenses are forecasted to be 1% under budget. That's tight now. There was some town of Truckee paving expenses that were rather large, but that's going to be partially offset by rent. In the staff report, I talked about rent expense being down for water, so that helps a little bit. So right around budget for operating expenses. And then net cash flows is, again, capital expenditures, transfers, capital reserve transfers, and there's also interest income in this other non-operating, and interest income is almost quadruple what budget is, and I'll talk about that in a minute when we look at interest rates. So the net result here is favorable, and that's due to capital timing, similar to electric. And so if water ends up hitting this forecast in the fall during budget process, I'll probably ask to transfer that $1 million, right at $1 million excess from operating fund to capital reserve, because that's what's driving that increase. So shifting it over to capital because that's what we need it for. As you know, let's see, talk about that on the next slide here. So this is reserve balances for water. The very top one, top bar and restricted, is the debt proceeds from last year. Year-end balance was 12 million. It's currently at 10.2, and that bar will go to 0 at year-end. So Chad and Neil and his team, and you guys have approved a lot of projects, and that was intentional, and that was part of our capital plan. There's 8.2 million average per year for the next 10 years. We're significantly over that for 2023 in the timing. That was in budget, that was in financial master plan, that this was going to be a big year, and we're executing on that. So we will spend the rest, barring some delay in a particular project, this fall, we'll spend the rest of those proceeds by the end of this year. And then the other large, you can see there's not a large bar for capital reserve. That's $1 million, and it needs to be closer to 4.5 or 5 million per policy. We're working on that in the financial master plan. We'll update all of that through the budget process, and then potentially have a transfer here at year end to bolster that capital reserve for water. And then lastly, the operating reserve, which again fluctuates throughout the year due to based on cash flow items. So that is water. Just real quickly, I wanted to touch on fleet costs. This chart is 10 years of average gas prices. On the far left is $4 for California, and on the far right is $4.78. Average price for California in June of 2023. That's a 1.7% average growth rate over the 10 years. So it's interesting how gas prices fluctuate so volatility, with a significant amount of volatility, some not unlike power costs sometimes. And let's see, transportation costs are also running over due to repair and maintenance. We have to fix things when they break, and we've had a good run at some things breaking. So our costs are overrunning there, and so forecasted to be pretty, 224% or almost $300,000 over in fleet maintenance this year. Was a line item that sticks out in the financials through transportation overhead. The other heads are running at or below budget. This is debt service. The blue is water, flat for the next few years, and the orange is electric. Neither utility is highly leveraged, which is a good thing for a capital-intensive business. There. Let's see, this is accounts receivable past due balances. We're at 154,000 pre-pandemic. The total of that bar would barely show, would be in that $25,000 to $35,000 range, combined 30, 60, 90. But it has come down quite a bit and continues to improve. Let's see. Just real quick on inflation and CPI, upper left quadrant is the actual CPI value. Upper right quadrant is inflation, the respective change in that CPI value over a year. And you can see the spike starting in mid to late 2020, which was transitory, and then continued for quite a while and peaked, I believe, around June of 2022 at 9% and has now fallen back down to about 3% for inflation. The bottom left chart is the Fed funds rate, which has on the far right of that bottom left graph, you will see that has spiked up from about 0 during the pandemic to just over 5% is the Fed fund rate right now. The vertical gray bars in this bottom left are recessions. And that's why I put the quote over to the right. There's currently a coin flip on whether we're going to enter a recession, and if we do, when, and if we do, how long it will last. So there are many 50-50, and one of those sides will be right, but I don't think anyone really knows. But the trend would indicate that there's a recession. How long, how wide that gray bar is, whether it's like the pandemic recession when it first hit and everything shut down, you can barely see that vertical bar that's shaded, right? The next one to the left in 2008, 2009 is much wider, so much longer, much deeper recession. So those are things to think about, and we'll be talking about that throughout the next, with me, the next few months as we go through the budget process. So something to look forward to. No fiscal impact. And we're requesting the board to accept and file this 2023 mid-year financial update. Thank you.
Great.
Any questions?
Thank you. Any public comment on item 17, mid-year financial update? No? All right. Thank you.
We have,
Any comments or questions?
we've
Joe.
used 66% of our budget. Is that what you started with?
I don't recall the 66% figure, but We're on pace to be on budget for 2023. Things are looking good. We've sold more power, but it costs more. The power costs have stabilized, and things are on target to be, plus or minus 1 percentage point good or unfavorable to budget. So things are looking good overall in a net perspective.
All right. I look forward to your coin flip, Mike.
Yeah.
Sorry?
I said I look forward to your coin flip.
Yeah. Keep us posted on how that goes.
Do we need to make a motion to accept this? Do we need to make a motion to accept this? No.
No.
Okay.
Report accepted.
We accept it.
Thank you. Okay.
Accepted.
Perfect.
We have the groundwater management plan annual report.
Yeah.
Chad's back up.
The guy that stands between you and leaving again.
Yep.
So the stakeholders had their meeting on June 28th. I think we're going to start over here. Stakeholders had their meeting on June 28th regarding the Mars Valley Groundwater Management Plan. Before we get into that, we're going to do a very truncated but very just brief history of what has happened and why we got to where we're at. So back in 2013, the district decided they needed to do a groundwater management plan. They put up some seed money along with North Star and Placer County Water Authority with other federal agencies. And as you can see here, these 4 different people all put up $250,000 to produce the first groundwater management plan. One of the very first questions might be, what is a groundwater management plan? Why do we need it? Well, what it is it's multi-agencies coming together to talk about the quality and quantity of the water, how it's going to be handled, and where the alignment of the policies of what's going to take place there. Out of this came these 6 objectives, and primarily the 6 objectives dealt with how we're going to address the uses that are going to be associated with it, the collaboration of the stakeholders, as well as the quantity and quality and the protection of the groundwater basin and how that's going to be monitored, and that we'll use the best science available at all times in doing this. However, 2014 came, and with 2014, a process called Sigma came about, which dictated which got into prioritizing the different basins, and with names such as high, medium, and low. And any of the basins that were in the medium and high, the state wanted to make sure that there was management going. So what is that? That's associated with the risk that was associated with these basins. If these basins were overdrafted, if these basins weren't being managed, they started getting into higher and higher classifications. When they got into these higher classifications, the Sigma process, or the state wanted to have some oversight in this and wanted to make sure that people were stepping up. However, they wanted to, if possible, kick this control over to the local side as much as possible. When this happened, some other agencies, the Sigma agencies, were brought together, and it involved the town of Truckee along with the district and the others that had put together this groundwater management plan. It brought in some additional people, that of the town of Truckee and the county of Placer and Nevada County. During this time, they were able to submit an alternate plan to the Department of Water Resources in 2016. They hired the GEI consultant group to produce this plan. It was submitted in 2016, and the Department of Water Resources had 2 years to review it. However, these 2 years came and went, and as we've sometimes you get used to seeing, the Department of Water Resources did not have all their answers together by that point. At that point, this alternate counted as the first plan that went through. And by 2019, they got their response. They were prioritized as a very low. Now remember, the risk is what they're prioritizing here. So to be very low, that was denoting that they had, for example, 10 years of pumping below the sustainable yield. They also had several methods used and shown that they had been managing this basin. So because of all the past practices that had been put in place, they were able to lower this to a very low. That kicked Sigma out, and out went the towns and the 2 counties. Now, Placer County Water Authority is obviously still there, but it took those groups out and rekindled the groundwater management plan because it was able to be the managing or the process that is helping to manage what is going on. Time went on, though, from 2013 to that of 2019, and a lot of studies have been done. These 4 bullets that we're seeing here denote some of the, or 3 bullets, excuse me, denote some of the different studies that had taken place by the Bureau of Reclamation and others. And the science has continued to get better and better, and we're able to utilize this as we go forth with our updates of the groundwater management plan. Another part that came out of this was, out of the groundwater management plan, was every 5 years we have to do an update. So we have our annual reports that we're doing. That's what we're talking about tonight. This is going to be one of the last annual reports we'll do prior to a complete revision of the groundwater management plan that will take place in the year 2024. So you're going to see budgets that are going to be appropriated over this, or budgets that are going to be approved, or in the budget, there will be monies for this. And hopefully they're approved. Not telling you what to do, but there will be monies that will need to be made available to update this groundwater management plan during this next year, in addition to the reports that will be going forth. So now that we have that background and why we do the groundwater management plan, let's talk about how do we actually monitor the groundwater. So there's a total of 35 wells that are monitored throughout this. 14 of them are monitoring wells and 21 municipal supply wells. One of the wells was lost during the winter of 21 to a plowing accident, and CASGEM is looking at what they're going to do with it as one of the monitoring wells. They're addressing how they're going to move forward with this. This is not our well. We've met with the state to go over how this should be handled, but they're trying to decide what's going to go on. One of the things that's really important about this, these 14 monitoring wells, is there is some history that's associated with it. However, the history, the 22 years of records that we have, it was biannually sampled, meaning it was to establish these lows and these highs, and it didn't have nearly as much resolution. However, the district, along with North Star, decided we opted to do, and not only opted, but we have our own staff going out and now doing a monthly sampling, which gives you much greater resolution, which helps you to see a lot better as to, are the highs really the highs and are the lows really the lows? And it was able to track track different drought times and how is the basin recovering, or is it not recovering, which would be very important information with any sort of hydraulic studies. Let's talk about precipitation for a second. Just for a quick, I know the numbers are small and it's very hard to see this graph, but the black line that you're seeing there in the middle would be the average rainfall that would be associated with an average year, which is just shy of 29 inches. The last year, so the year that we're talking about here is 22. That is the last blue bar that would be to your right on this chart. It was a wetter year, but was not above the normal year if we compare it to that of the previous 2 years, which were some of the driest years that we see. So one of the questions that often is answered as any hydrologist would look at a basin is, how do things recover? Are things recovering? Is it is it continuing to decline? You would expect to decline during an extremely dry year, like what you saw in those 2 previous years. Again, that doesn't mean that it was a wet year. That only means that it was wetter than the previous 2 years and is still less than normal, just to kind of put that out. Or the 25 inches was obviously less than 29 inches of precipitation for the water year. So I know this graph isn't quite as good as Joe's meatloaf graph, but the general principle that you see from this is you're seeing relatively flat lines. And this is going from a period of different droughts and wet times. And what you're seeing is you're not seeing a decline or that of a drought or that of a basin that's in a lot of trouble. So one of the nice things about this is to say the basin is very healthy. And that is a great sign. That's one of the things that as we each year, you kind of hold your breath as you see some of these charts to see how is the basin responding. What's really nice is the 22 year that we're talking about was that of a wetter year. I didn't say wet, but a wetter year. Just want to make sure I'm not confusing people on that. And you started seeing things respond. The quote that came directly from the groundwater management plan is, groundwater levels are generally stable, remaining within the historical ranges, and some levels have increased by more than 3 feet on average since the previous year. That's a great sign of showing a healthy healthy basin when you're getting close to average and you're seeing these things rebound in this fashion. Excuse me. The line that I'd like to kind of pull your attention to is this very bottom line on this chart, which is a light blue. Again, you're seeing recovering of the basin when we're coming out of a very dry period. We know that 23 is wetter, and that is possibly going to be very wet when it comes to this. And what's going to be the most interesting to any of the hydrologists studying this is, how did things recover? Are they continuing to show patterns? In hydrologic time, you don't look at things on a year-by-year basis. Generally, you want to see long trends over that of like a decade or over long periods of time. And what we're seeing here is nice, gentle slopes or curves that are going back and forth, which again, I could summarize this entire report by saying the basin is doing exactly like we'd like to see. It's extremely healthy. And it's a very positive report all the way around that is responding to the precipitation that has been happening. Oh, I want one other thing to definitely mention. The basin is not in overdraft. We're only pumping approximately 30% of the sustainable yield. So again, very good numbers as we go forth with this. So what's next? We need to obviously continue to manage. We need to continue to go and review and oversee what is happening here. We also need to, we know that the groundwater levels have increased in water year 22, and we're expecting the same thing in that of 23. However, we need to start getting ready for, in 24, we're going to be redoing the groundwater management plan. And as you see the expense come forth, and it will be put forth as an RFP so that we can put it out and make sure that we get the best that product that we can with this. Any questions?
A few years ago, they said we had enough, our water basin was good for 65 more years. We're over that now, aren't we?
There's definitely a lot of water, and
because we had a good rain this year.
Not just because of that rain. There is definitely a lot of water in this basin. They talk about storage of approximately that of a 500,000 acre foot. There's a lot of water down there, and it's a very high quality water. That's another good thing that's denoted with the water that we have. It's a truly an asset to the people of the Martis Valley, and that we have the supplies that we have, and we just need to continue to monitor and manage this basin in the best way possible. So to answer your question, there's a lot of water down there. However, I guess to go with what Vice President Liliota said, conservation is a definite thing that needs to continue to happen. We don't want to waste it, though, also.
Great. Thank you, Chad.
No action is needed. So.
Okay, no action needed. Public comment? Comments, questions from the board? All right, thank you.
Yeah, I did, but I'm tired, so I don't. So thank you.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah. routine business. Approve the treasurer's report July 2023. That includes fund balances and paying bills, Joe, that have already been paid.
Move to pay them anyway.
Yeah, all right.
Make it legal.
All right, is there a second? For this,
I'll second the treasurer's report for
Okay.
July 2023.
thank you. Shauna, roll call?
Director Aguirre?
Yes.
Director Finn?
Yes.
Director Harris?
Yes.
Vice President Laliotis?
Yes.
President Bender?
Yes.
Thank you.
Cool. All right, approve the minutes of June 7th, 2023 and July 5, 2023.
Move to approve the minutes.
Public comments, questions, got a motion?
Second.
Second. Roll call, please.
Director Aguirre? Director Finn?
Yes.
Director Harris?
Yes.
Vice President Laliotis?
Yes.
President Bender?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, we got another treasurer's report on there for, wait, August. Is that on, that's on my agenda. Is that on yours?
That's on mine too.
Do like that. Where is it?
We're paying them forward?
We did not have a meeting in July where we approved the treasurer's report, so there would
Oh.
be 2 this month.
Okay, got it.
I'll move the treasurer's report for August 2023.
Second.
All right, public comment,
No public comment?
questions? All right, roll call, please.
Director Aguirre?
Yes.
Director Finn?
Yes.
Director Harris?
Yes.
Vice President Laliotis?
Yes.
President Bender?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We didn't approve them last month? Is that what happened?
And we're dumping 22. So, yeah, so we're adjourning this meeting. And then, where's my,
We have Finance Corp.
yeah, Joe and Mike reminded me of that. So, where is that? Is that at the back of the packet?
No, that's on
All right, we're calling to order the Finance Corp Special Board Meeting, Truckee Downer PUD. It is 10:28 PM. Shauna, roll call, please.
Director Aguirre?
here.
Director Finn?
Here.
Director Harris?
Yes.
Vice President Laliotis?
Here.
President Bender?
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. We already said the pledge. We're going to defer the pledge. B-dub, any changes to the agenda?
There are no changes.
Okay. All right, is there any public comment on any matter not on the agenda tonight?
No, Mr. President.
Okay. We had director updates earlier. So any more director updates? Okay.
Tired.
Yeah, tired.
Thank you, everybody, for staying so late. We do appreciate it.
Yes, thank you. That was a good thing.
Got to thank the employees. They make
Yes.
things happen.
Brian, GM, any updates on the update?
No additional updates.
Thank you. Oh, I should probably try your glasses, Cam. All right, action item 8, accept the 2022 annual disclosure report and 2022 audited financial statements. So we've done this already. We've had this presentation.
Yeah.
Mike is happy to give it to us again.
I
liked it the first time. It was great.
Yeah.
I'm
So,
okay.
so we're very appreciative of all the work that went into that.
Yes. And it must be a whole year's worth of work.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah. Is there any public comment on this item?
No, Mr. President.
Michael, we're supposed to read this?
Yes.
Okay.
Any comments from directors? Hey, is there a motion?
I'll move to accept the 2022 annual disclosure report and 2022 audited financial statements.
Shauna, roll call, please.
Director Aguirre?
Yes.
Director Finn?
Yes.
Director Harris?
Yes.
Vice President Laliotis?
Yes.
President Bender?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, that was it.
I move to
Meeting-
adjourn.
Meeting adjourned, Joe. Thank you.